is not truly empty. You can meet your friends there on occasion, but they shatter on contact.
All right. What up? What up? Good water. Oh, reliable. All right. Where were we? So, how we doing? Been a pretty good day of farming so far. As you can see, completed 90 maps in this session. I've done 2 sessions. The first one was like 130, so I've probably completed close to like 250, maybe near 300 boss rushing maps today. I would say I've probably made around 300 FE, and I have spent about 40. Realistically, I don't have much money to show for it. I have 180, but I also have a lot of all the currency from my current session hasn't been spent, so there is that. For example, we do have a stack of this. A stack of this is 48. It's actually quite steady. So that's what I think I sold it for before. This one is 110 FE for 100. So all in all, we probably have a decent amount of currency in that we haven't sold yet, and we still have a fair amount of maps. What happened was I ended up just spending the currency I had on Netherrealm Resonance. Well, that is my first death in a while. As you can see, I'm level 94. I don't know what happened there. They took their time to get into ults form. I don't know. Anyways, the good news is we aren't really dying, but we're also in T7, so I would hope we're not really dying much. I will eventually turn on the tokens, revival tokens, for saving XP, but I typically turn those on when either I have levels that are very important for me, or B, the second reason I do that is I have stopped dying frequently, so I don't expect to use many. Neither of which is really the case right now. Like, I can always get more crit chance, crit damage, all of that good stuff, which would be nice. But like, you know. I was thinking of getting a Warden's Breastpin next as my next upgrade, because that'll be a big DPS increase. And I likely will. I want to get a decent rolled Warden's Breastpin, so I'm in no rush. What up, Hollow? How you doing? Welcome, welcome.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
That reminds me though. I should make 2 notes on my spreadsheets that I just remembered I haven't yet done, but I should be doing. Those 2 notes are endgame skills.
We have many friends. 1, 2. It's enough.
Goblin. My first choice for modules, if I had my say, is what? Is there any modules that inherently have like wilts, maybe? Because if there is, wilt or trauma, either is fine. I doubt there is, and if it is, I don't think it would still work. This consumes will, so that's kind of the opposite of what I'm looking for. Yeah, it's fine. So with that in mind, what is the name of the other goblin? Goblin priest. Is ideal. Don't have to go goblin priest. Oh wait, no, there's one of them that has a debuff on their second ability. Where's goblin priest? It might be him because he's the one with the firebirds. How's the build looking? Am I in T8? I have actual work to do, annoyingly. I know. They're paying me. But anyways, I had work to do today. So I split my time between gaming and work. So I'm progressed because I worked from home today and I got to progress a bit, but not as much as like if I just dedicated, you know. Time. Grant a buff when projectiles fired by disco hits. As the personal core damage is fired. Okay, so it's a personal buff. Never mind. Thought he'd waste away from lack of sleep. I mean, who's going to tell Lit that I slept by like 5 a.m. last night and I was up by 9? Not because I couldn't sleep more. I already put in some, like I already took like a half day off so I could get into work early or late, even though I was working from home. But not only did I do that, I was up an hour before I was supposed to actually even start working because my body doesn't let me sleep past that. So I was just like, okay, I guess we'll play some before work. Is a zombie streaming? I mean, can I get a zombie to farm for me? That'd be nice. Come back and he's done with T7 farming. You know, that'd be really nice. Then I can go ahead and take the fun parts, T8 and above. So to be fair, I think this is actually my favorite part about progression, simply because it's the point in progression where you get to make the most amount of changes as frequent as possible. So my upgrades are still 200 FE. I farm for like on an hour, 2 hours. I got it. It should be 1 hour really, but my current boss rush strategy is giving me like, honestly, 100 to 200-ish, I'll say 100-ish FE per hour, roughly. I don't know why it says 52. I don't think I've been in maps for 2 hours, unless it's taking wall clock time, in which case, I don't know. Let me check. Is there a setting for it? 100 FE feels right. Yeah, that's been my experience. I could do stuff related to like, what's it called, space pirates, but is it anywhere? Oh, nice. It's dark mode. Nice. I'm trying to figure out if there's anywhere on this thing where it cumulative in-map duration is 2 hours 30. Really? Huh. Would not have guessed. What is... I hate when it does this because it always shows me off. I prefer this layout. I prefer this layout. There's a few things with Boss Rush as to why I think it feels on the not too great side. The biggest thing is I mean, most people are currently doing it, and not as many people are using the actual Netherrealm resonance aside from like buying maps with it. So you don't actually get, it doesn't actually get to see the benefits of like high demand and all that. And then they also have the drop chance or drop rate of Netherrealm resonance, which will in the long run increase the price of it. But in the short run, for moments like these, it means you're not just like, I don't think I'm fully self-sustaining resonance just off of T7 maps. I think I don't know if I'm breaking even. I'll say I'm getting close on average, because I got like 114. I bought 114 with like FE. The next time I bought like 104, and I was using the max setting, of course. So now I have 360. I definitely can't buy in the 100. So there is that. So that's what I think. Like last season, Boss Rush, I was self-sustaining and selling some Netherrealm resonance on top of the self-sustain. So I go for 100 maps, I come out with like 150 resonance worth or something, and I'll sell the rest and I just buy that 100. So I literally had no investments and I just profit. It's just full profit. This season I will have to invest at some points. It's kind of just slowly bleeding, which is kind of fine. But most of my money is coming from the other things I'm selling with it. So like snow paper and whatnot. But yeah, I am hopefully going for T8s today. We're currently at about 250 mil, I would say. But I have like 200 FE I haven't spent. So I fully expect that we're going to shoot up in... what's it called? We're going to shoot up in power very soon. Once we get our Fiend Crown and we get our... Warden's Breastpin. Warden's Breastpin is in no rush to come down in price for some reason. Like it's about 90 now, which is fine. About 90-ish maybe. But for the elemental, it's closer to 170 because that's the one I want. And 170 is still a lot. Like I can afford the lowest one, but that's a +1 level instead of +2, and it's a 50% of my crit chance applies to them, which is like the literal bottom row of the bottom row. So I'm like, let's go for lucky crit first. Fiend Crown, which I also can afford. I just haven't yet. Go for Fiend Crown first, then from Fiend Crown, hopefully Warden's Breastpin drops even more, and then, you know, go from there. To be fair, I should also be farming Steel Forge because of the possibility of dropping a Warden's Breastpin, but I just haven't yet. I don't know if anybody has dropped a Eurosys bond yet. I am curious. I'm gonna check. I am very curious. It's a strength chest. Well, that's what it looks like. For some reason, I thought it would be golden. Holy Jesus. Only like 4, 5. So it's definitely on the rare side. What is a chest piece I would think is on the same rarity as Eurus' Bond? Nobody would have this yet. Mere Eternity, maybe? Yeah, it's about like Mere Eternity's rarity, I would say. Just got to T4 following the guide. Nice, nice. Congratulations. How's the experience so far?
Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
Very smooth. I think that's the beautiful part about fire leveling. It's so comfy. How long do we stay fire mages? I'm building around fire mages, so permanently I'm gonna stay fire Magi. Using the wrong hero talent, swapped and then damage from 10 mil to 100 mil. Holy. Were you, let me guess, isomorphic arms? You switched away a sword and you weren't using isomorphic. I guess that's because when I first switched to a sword this season, I switched and my damage was about the same as when I was using my 2 hammers, and I'm just like, that doesn't seem right. Then I remember to actually go put my isomorphic arms on. Oh, you were using the upper 2. Oh, ah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should go to the boss. We go to 8, 7 2s for this. Affliction. And how do you skill the persistent tag on fire mages? You mean the RF aura? We're going to be scaling ignite eventually, which would just by nature also scale the persistent tag on, or the dots on the fire magi, as a, you know, a nice byproduct, if you will. But the way you would do that is, I mean, we're not going to switch until we're going to like T1 weapons, I think, and then it's going to be scepter and rod. And scepter has a lot of damage over time friendly modifiers, so like base ignite is there, reap duration, reap recovery speed, reap. I do need to, I kept saying I would, and I should just do it now. I should try to explain to important scaling stats. Above all these, oh no, I'll just put it here above cooldown, because cooldown isn't as important anymore. We're going to put reap mechanics. Reap. Reap is a mechanic that allows the instant, that allows our Magi deal an amount of damage as if the damage over time ticked for the reap duration. E.g., if the Magi has a 1 second reap, on hitting the enemy or whatever the reap condition is, they will take damage as if 1 second went. They take damage as if 1 second went by, as if the dots, as if all the dots on the character ticked 1 second. Okay, how about this? I hope that explains it well. It's kind of has a reap, has reap with 1 second duration. Also, shouldn't this it does wrap, but this just doesn't have space to for it to wrap in. So it's a data. Then reap duration is the amount of times quote skipped, amount of time. Let me explain. Reap duration is the amount of time that the dots considered as. What is the best way to describe fucking reap duration? So are we scaling the empower skill or the big circle, or ultimate is better? We're scaling the ultimates, and then as a byproduct, the empower skill, which is the big circle, gets a bit stronger. Basically, we're going to use a magnificent gem. The magnificent gem replaces the Magi's ultimate that you know to a different one that does big, like does a big ignite hit. Now for this, on this ultimate, we are going to be scaling. It also comes with additional damage over time, so we're going to start scaling damage over time. It also comes with less hit damage, which means our hits, the Magi's hits are going to do less damage. Now all this to say, now the ultimate has a damage over time part of it that you want to scale. And then as you scale that damage over time of the ignite, the empower skill is also scaling with the damage over time. So affliction effects, reap duration, reap CDR, all those modifiers are modifiers that will scale the ignite of the ultimate and the damage over time of the empower. The magnificent was like 4 FE, 30, 40 for higher road one. When would we swap? I tested swapping today and it dropped my damage by quite a bit. And I would say the reason for it is the biggest upside is also part of the biggest downside of Ignite. That is, until we get maximum stack of Ignites, we can only have one Ignite. So unless we can make that one Ignite really big, we currently benefit more from scaling each Magi's hits. But eventually, we're going to want to, and I think the point where we swap is when we switch to Scepter and Offhand. So Scepter and Rod, and I think that is going to come around. There are 2 points where we could do it. Either when we switch to T1 weapons, or we switch to 5 Magi. One of the two. The reason I think we might want to switch to 5 Magi is, what was the reason again? Once we switch to 5 Magi, why can't I remember the reason I left that as a possible switch point? What does 5 Magi offer me? It offers me Nature's Party. It offers me a bit more origin scaling.
We're fond of this sky. The stars that vanish at dawn return once more at
Huh. Anyways, that is the biggest downside of switching to Ignite. But the biggest upside of switching to Ignite is now your ultimate cooldown doesn't matter. The times when your minions are just spamming auto attack and doing no damage on this setup, on the crit version, the dot is going to be ticking. But not only is the dot going to be ticking, you're going to be reaping significant amounts of that dot on the enemy in that time. So your damage uptime shoots up. Now we don't have the crits to really take advantage of the Noble Gem. The Noble Gem says 30% of crit damage for critical strikes is going to count as X amount of time for reap. So basically just innate reap that scales off of critical strike damage. So we want as much damage as we can, but it only affects critical strikes. So we need to make sure we are as close to crit cap as possible. That is why one of our first goals is getting Warden's Breastplate. That is why we want to get Fiend Crown. We want to get as high crit uptime as we can, so that all the downsides we just spoke about when it comes to the ultimates, we kind of start mitigating them by having a lot of reap and a lot of reap CDR. Now, once we get to priceless weapons, that opens up ultimate affixes, which means our Scepter can now get what's it called? Reap cooldown recovery, which is going to be a very big damage multiplier for the damage over time version. And eventually we're going to get Vorax Belt, which will give us we would use to give our minions plus max ignite. So instead of having only one ignite, they have 3 ignites, which literally just, from that point, it's just triple damage. Like literally going from 1 to 3, you're just tripling the damage, right? And all that is like, now all the ignites are going to be reaped from. It's going to be really strong. But the first step is getting as high uptime as we can on crit. Even though it's unintuitive that crits is, we're scaling as much crit on a dot build, that is what we need to do. What up?
Hello.
I'm trying to explain reap in my documents, and I'm just like, yo, this thing is not easy to explain. I understand it, it's just not easy to explain. Reap duration is the amount of time. I did. Or I give an example. It wasn't really an analogy. I said reap is a mechanic that allows our Magi to deal an amount of damage as if the damage over time ticked for the reap duration. So for example, if the Magi has a reap with 1 second duration, when he hits the enemy, they are going to take damage as if all the dots on the enemy ticked for 1 second. I should use ticked instead of went. I said 1 second, went 1 second ahead.
do not understand.
And then reap duration is just the amount of time
Dream every day.
counted. The amount of time that will be considered. I want to use the word skipped, but skipped implies something happens to the dots. Like it doesn't do that 1 second anymore, but it does. So I don't use it. I don't want to use skip, but like that's the most accurate way I can describe it. So I should be scaling ignite base damage or whatever until I have 3x ignite and swap to the magnificent. I should just go big phase fire damage sword. The reason we go big phase and fire is because we get this node on the tree that converts 100% of minion physical to fire. So you're going for this, you're going for hit damage until we switch to a scepter and a rod, in which case that is when we are going to be switching to dot. So physical basically counts as fire, and all that fire that the sword is providing is going straight to the fire damage. And it actually still works even though this is a spellcaster, which was a very surprising realization that we had last season. Brief duration is the amount of time that will let me describe cooldown first. Maybe that'll give me inspiration for duration. Duration is honestly the easier of the two, to be honest. Reap cooldown is the time between reap procs, which doesn't say much to casual gamers, but is the amount of time between each reap.
We have many friends. 1, 2. It's enough.
All right, I think this is a decent explanation of reap. the more duration, the more damage each reap does. The lower the cooldown, cooldown recovery rate is the actual stats.
Is Talent of Abyss a really good node to start off with?
Instead of source, if you're fine on reservation, sure. If you're not fine on reservation, no. You don't have much growth to scale it anyway, so like it's but if you're not using origin yet, then source is also but source also comes with reservation.
Makes sense.
Reap cooldown recovery rate reduces the cooldown of reap. The lower the I will put this on the next line. All right, that about explains that, I hope. This is 872s, right? Yeah, it is. All right, let's keep killing the Watcher. Looking forward to progging.
I'm here.
That doesn't answer the question, but okay.
Oh, that's a reason I dodged the question. I don't know. I'm taking it like I didn't see any like I'm having a decent time.
Okay. Did I just run this boss rush in 8-2s? Why did I do that to myself?
Guarantee it's huh?
Not 8-2s, 7-2s. I'm still just 250 mil. I actually had work to do, so amount of gaming time I actually had was not that much, or not as much as I would have liked for day 2, but I think it's also fine. Things are a bit cheaper now, and I'm just going to rely on what's his face, Warden's Breastplate, to actually be cheap by when I'm buying it, which is hopefully today. It's down to like 90, but like the version I want is about 170 for absolute dog tier rolls. So am I going to spend 170 on 50% of my crit applies to minions instead of like 75? And only +1 level instead of 2? I'm probably like, I'm just sitting on the money. I'm just going to wait for a bit longer and hope somebody gets impatient.
Sure.
You know something very interesting? Iris 1 currently isn't rigged for the shop. So for everything that has a preview, it's basically just T-posing or nothing happening.
That's funny.
Like with the rework, it's I started to see some things. I'm like, huh, this is the first time I've seen T-posing here.
Quality drop off, I guess. So much of the boy just spent on Ben to do fucking 4 days of TLI. To be fair, the cost of Ben is literally insignificant compared to how much they make.
I mean, it is, and it's not because of money that we didn't get it. I think because actually, like, unless they wanted to hire more people, I mean, things just get done at a certain speed when your team is at a certain size.
Yeah, I don't even know if hiring more people is usually the fix, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fix, to be clear. I just
Naturally,
think
people start taking more shit when they hire more people.
Yeah. So like, I think it's just a case of with the speed they were doing it, it just wasn't going to be done. You know.
The answer is like not really, but I don't know. I'm here now. That's all that matters.
Good day.
One of the codes she has is it was a good day. There's like not that much to do. Well, yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to go home. I was gonna say that something I was confused about was
Yeah.
sorry, I got distracted. Something I was confused about was when I was progging, I just like I can't find like a decent campaign code, I think. So
Campaign code? What do you mean campaign code? Ooh.
Code for campaign?
Like post campaign code?
Yeah. Or
Wuxia or just
I mean just like other people. I don't see enough like Iris to build. I was just looking for something to just follow. Even what's your first code is like after Traveler, which I guess makes sense. I'll just follow the sheets. I was just looking for some more in-game related stuff.
Yeah. It's like I know for Iris 1, as of when I made my post campaign code, there were 2 other people who had done it already. Like someone who did 120 and 130. Code. What?
But it's like Viz has a campaign code, but he went Thunder throughout the campaign.
Yeah.
I still followed it just to follow the skills because I figured, okay, can't really, I guess, like, you know.
I mean, you're going like erosion, but you're not erosion yet. You're fire, right?
He didn't go alchemist, which is interesting. So I'm curious why he went second.
Check his. Did he go machinist? Oh my god! Why did I?
Machinist, regardless.
We got the god of machines. Different from machinist.
Check.
Tell me his 4 trees. I guess.
Rebuilds, quick builds. Like an angel. Just like crazy. Machinist, yeah.
Yeah, he's going for so bond stuff. I figured.
The campaign. I mean, I'm still one-shotting shit, so I'm not even.
Not necessarily insane, but like, does he have any uniques on his character that's do anything bond related?
His character doesn't even have full gear because it's campaign.
Yeah, which means I don't fully understand why he went burning aggression instead. Though I do know people were trying to go for machinists so that they could cheese early dirty tricks. So it could be that in the long run he's going for dirty tricks.
He swapped erosion. He's erosion rock at the moment. I want to
Oh,
stream at work.
interesting. So he didn't stay Thunder.
No, he just leveled Thunder in campaign. I think I think for him it's just faster, which is crazy actually.
Considering our Fire has RF.
Like, so like am I? Yeah, I'm curious.
I guess if it also depends. The biggest advantage of lightning is that its ultimate is ball lightning, but it doesn't move. So he just drops it, and I guess things in that circle maybe die.
I just don't know.
Like the range of it is
making bad tree decisions on my character right now because it's just because I'm just clicking shit. Chance for special skill, chance for ultimate sounds good. But like I'm still one-shotting everything, so in my eyes it's like kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That he would be faster on that. He's obviously just also like he practiced it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you actually can practice the tail eye run, you'll cut that thing short really quick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already down to one. Mine was 144, and I don't practice. But every season, I try to be faster than the last. Because I remember the things I did last season.
Which is a good idea, man.
Yeah, but to convince me to practice this game, holy, I'd have to be down bad.
I would if I had time, to be honest. Fuck it. It's that competitive.
Ooh.
Like if I lost my job, I was chilling. I didn't have anything else to do in my fucking life for a bit.
Isn't that called down bad?
TLI lunch. That's what I said. Down bad. Yeah, that's what I said. But I would do it right now. I don't have that. No one's got that time.
Holy, this is my third fearless or precise gem. The first one's precise swiftness. Wasn't going for anything. I used it. Next one's precise radical order. I could use it. I chose not to. Reason being, well, if I did it, if I went for precise radical order, then I have to deal with the extra aggressive range, and I just didn't want to fucking deal with that, man. I can't tell you in how much I hate that thing. Precise rejuve, it shouldn't be too expensive, but it's also
and precise
used.
energy fortress.
So
we'll go
yeah,
to those two messages.
I think energy fortress might be it
said he was actually like 10 FE, so he's like, I'll just hold it for now.
Fair. Yeah, this is the first one I'm getting that's worth anything. It's worth 70.
How much? Yeah, 70.
But yeah, it's fearless. It's the melee one.
Yeah, fearless is good, especially with round 2.
Yeah.
That's a good one to get. Round 2's popularity.
I think in the long run, if I really can be asked to, I would like to go. This would be the build I would like to actually do Verdant Steps in, because I'm going to have Fire and Frost Magi. So that means by origin stacking, I should be able to get my damage fully converted to cold. In theory, with how much origin I'm going to be going for on my Frost. And it's the only time I think I have the space to origin stack and have Frost be there, because like if I'm doing erosion, I'm not origin stacking because there's no reason to. There's no DPS reason to origin stack on erosion. If I'm going DPS elemental and it's Frost, then I have no support elemental that it makes sense to origin stack with, so it wouldn't work. So this is like the only one where it's like, oh, I'm going fire damage, but I have Frost support, so I can scale the Frost and take everything to cold. I guess it would also work if I went Thunder, But Thunder's origin doesn't. I can't give that to the minions in any way, so there's no offensive benefits to origin stacking that way. Maybe then it would be Thunder, Frost, or Erosion, and then we go Wicked. Yeah, kind of. But would I really skip Rock on Iris 1? That's 20% damage transfer? I don't know. You know? It's like would I really do that? I think we all know the answer to that. By the way, one thing I noticed is on top of the RS1 rework, they also changed the Magi's. They look different. Like the fire looks more detailed.
Yeah, it looked a little bit different.
Passive looks different.
Tell what? But...
Its fire aura looks different as well. Like before, it was a lot more cartoony. So
I don't like that they completely strayed away from that. I actually don't like. I think this look is very like generalist, mobile gamey than it looked before. I think that before I actually had style. Like I look at certain characters like Yuga now, I'm just like actually disgusted.
Really?
I think the other thing had like character, which that's what separates like a game like that from like.
I like the cartoony designs.
Like another Nexon game or something.
What's a Nexon game?
There's like Asian RPGs that you play them and you're just like I don't even like you look like every
Dungeon Hunter that
First Descendants.
Oh. I saw it when it was. It's a shooter ARPG-esque thing that had like some pay to win. Yeah, I remember it.
So am I going Breeze Whisper?
Breeze Whisper? You're going to have to
30% chance to use enhance. No, I don't want enhance.
You don't want enhance.
Or am I going Whirlwind? The ultimate skill has no cooldown every time.
Yep.
So that's the one I'm going.
So when you merge, all your minions count as being merged. You notice a damage downtime because now they're all going to be degenerating health. Not just you.
When I'm spamming my ult though, right?
No, just so long as you're merged, your Magi's are losing health. Oh, then when you use the ability, it has a life cost, if you will. That's the easiest way to say it. And then so like now all of them count as that, but now all of them are also just spamming ultimates. You should use it and just see how it feels. It's really good.
I am right now.
Use the Lady Steer. It has reconjuring speed, so they shouldn't be down for as long. And then eventually you probably want to go Friend Nemesis to also reduce that downtime even further.
It's expensive.
It typically starts a bit expensive and then drops really quick. Like if I had to check, I'm expecting it to be sub 100 at this point. BLS already sold. Friend Nemesis lowest is 120 and it's just gonna keep dropping. So for context, that's like 50 FE cheaper than a Void Embankment.
How much is it?
120.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Void Embankment is the almighty one, right?
But Void Embankment is the all stats one.
Triple stats.
Yeah. Triple stats, early rest per stats, yada yada. That's that guy.
You have that. There's no point in getting chance or ultimate skill.
You don't need chance for ultimate skill. No, you don't need chance for enhanced skill either. You just can use whatever. You get damage, yeah.
I see what you mean about them being dead a lot, totally.
Mm-hmm. Now they're all just degening life. What are the roll ranges on this helmet?
It's a thing to fix it.
You just once you get you need your trade 3. You can't do anything about it until trade 3.
Let me go read what trade 3 does. Nurturing Breeze. Alright, so it means now you can build life regen.
And that affects them, and as well as life regain.
Well, so this is gonna be a life regen setup.
Life regen and regain. Regain makes it so you can scale attack speed because now you're not gimped by, you know, them casting fast. And regen is just now you can stay merged without having to worry about them degenning. Give me a quick second, I'll be right back. I am back. Build plans for PoE 1. Currently, probably Retrofilers. That's like the only thing. You know, if I was going to buy something this cheap, I would buy it on ID'd and just YOLO. Or why would I buy bottom row for the price as on ID'd? No real reason. Alright, we'll buy the Fiend Crown. Bruh. There is no on ID'd one now. Alright, we'll be back. I don't care for the sealed mana compensation. That doesn't matter to me. It's the minion crit that does. Alright, we'll be back. Spectres are fun, but I hate how expensive they are at start. Yeah, it all depends on the Spectre of choice. I think Retrofilers, yeah, they get expensive once you have to go Doriani because you have to do a certain set of things and everybody else is also trying to do those set of things. So like it just ends up being, why is this here? I might switch from Etor because what the fuck? Leave me alone. This bottom, the button in Etor that brings up the menu for loot or something, that is right on the price check. I guess it's because it's also partly due to the fact that I have it where it is, but pissing me off. But yeah, it's very, because you have to do very precise stuff. Yeah, it gets very pricey very quickly. Yeah, you're going, how much is this going for? 42. Cool. Then I could keep my embers, but like realistically, I'm done with immediate crafting. I don't see myself crafting anytime too soon. So let's just sell. Money now, better than money later, as they say. Oh shit. 63 FE for my precious embers? Get the fuck out. Have you ever run simulacrums? Like for profits or what? Or just in general? I've done simulacrum on minions. Done it on various minion builds. I've done it on dominating blue and regifilers with most success. I've done it on some others that, like I did on syndicate operatives. That was a bit spicier because I didn't have any avoidance layer. So sometimes you just get shotgunned and the regen isn't quite enough to keep you alive. But that was what, a season ago. It's not even, that build isn't even possible anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, minions can do simulacrum. The tankier minions are our temporary minions are typically better than squishy minions, because squishy minions like frost bearers, they might struggle a bit more on simulacrums because they are more likely to die. But regifilers are pretty tanky. And then if you're going temporary minions, then you could also have a more chill time like Dawn Blow, stuff like that. Is there anything else I'm not seeing that I should be pricing? My T8 beacons. Yeah, I probably should price those, to be honest. Glacial Abyss, 3 FE each. That's another 32. Blistering Lava Sea. Honestly, not bad money. Actually, very, very good money. All things considered, so I can't complain. Not really. And then we have an extra 13 from there. Usually on True League, I do day 1 to 3 simulacrum. It's mega profitable very early. I'm just thinking I could do, or do I just do a non-minion build? Very early on. Let me think. Very early on, how much investment are we talking about? If we're talking about like low budget to medium budgets, you need a very specific minion build that has the defensive layers to actually handle that. If you're looking for like you play a lot first few days, so you actually have medium budgets ready, then I would say there are some medium builds you could do. Something like animate weapons could honestly be decent for D3 simulacrums because they mostly need damage and they're temporary minions, so you don't have to care as much about them dying and stuff like that. Though I haven't played animate weapon myself, so grain of salt and all. Dawn Blow would be rough because if you were to die at any point, getting back in there to summon your Dawn Blow could be rough without like warm flask or something to help start the process. Same goes for Absolution because they basically share that problem. Probably even worse for Absolution because the cast time is way slower. Specters by day 3, depending on your activity, you're probably on full specters at that point. I would be getting close to, not quite on Doriani, but I'd be on medium budget specters, in which case would I be able to do it on Rectifilers? I don't actually know if the damage is enough for comfortable simulacrum. I think it's very close, but I think what would happen is the damage would be slightly not enough to kill them, to kill kill the waves before they eventually wear down your regifilers in terms of life. So you would need slightly more damage. So, but this is, again, I don't actually, on second thought, with where I was last time I did regifilers, I would be able to do it. But I play more than the average person, and I think I got some pretty expensive drops last time. Because last time I did Reg Defilers, I remember dropping a Blood Notch from Betrayal and stuff like that. So I had pretty good budget by day 3. Wait, oh, never mind. As well, I just remembered a big part of that season was also Mercs. So I already had Doriani set up, so I was blitzing through everything I needed to. So there's also that, I guess. Mercs are coming back too, but like you can't do that anymore, even with Luminary. So there's that.
Might be able to. We might be able to.
What kind of copium are you showing?
They spawn with unique chests. If you actually find one with Doriani, you're chilling.
Yeah, you just say, oh yeah, you've been hunting for this thing.
Well, with the scarab that makes it so every slot they have is unique. I don't think like it's like.
Wait until you see the Reddit post that say to the exile that has been farming unique items, Doriani is disabled from spawning on Mercs.
Side note, I fucking hate the road of the stars thing. I hate that zone.
Is it the freezing thing or the meteor thing or just how you have to kill things and then the gates will go down?
The one that you can't go through certain like road of the stars. Like
which one?
It'll have like 4 roads, but you have to go one way.
Oh yeah.
That one's like I just really dislike that zone. I really wish like mentally it would feel better if it was actually not that. That way I wouldn't actually have to feel like fuck, I can't take that.
I kind of know the routes. I don't even bother going the wrong way. But I 100% agree. Even in endgame, because that map is in endgame, that shit sucks. It's a fucking big map, and you just it's a slog.
Yes, it is.
I don't think there's any too good budget option for simulacrums on minions. I have backup option general power. Which can do simulacrum on mega budgets, but I just love playing minions. Would also always prefer that way, but I just don't see it. What kind of minions do you like? Permanent minions, or are you okay with temporary minions as well? I have how much money? 451. That's actually impressive. All right, let's go take a look at this amulet again. Am I going to squeeze when I see it? We'll find out, I guess. Holy. All the other ones were bought out? Never mind, I guess. Surely I insta-corrupt it so that I reroll the bad mods. I don't want to spend 380 on this. But do I have much of a choice? I think the answer is just no. If I want to scale more damage.
If like attacking feels bad.
Yeah. Yes, it does. And then what does int helmets, fiend crown. Fine. We'll refund some taxes. And then we'll buy. Okay. The Fiend Crown is gone. Oh, 90 on ID'd. Yoink. All right. We have Warden's Breastpin now. And we have ID. Oh ho ho ho. That's what we're talking about. That
I'm
is
not
what we're
chilling.
talking about.
When I attack at certain spots, my ult doesn't go there. Like goes behind me. So
Your
weird.
ult doesn't go to certain spots. Mm. And this is as fire, which uses the circle.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Let's make sure we didn't turn off anything important. You turned off, it seems. No, you didn't even have. It doesn't look like anything actually turned off. Cool. All right. I don't see any minion doing it on very cheap. Minion damage just feels stolen before investment. Always, I feel like that's the biggest problem. It's just, that's just kind of where minions are at in terms of balance. There are some that feel a bit better. Like Dumblo, I would say definitely feels better, but like it also has it for the ones that do like Dumblo, they have their quirks. Dumblo, if you die, it's kind of, it makes that simulacrum a lot harder to even complete or think about completing. What else doesn't really have quirks? I mean, animate weapon, you have like a 3-button build or something. It's kind of just feels not great to play. At least to me. All right, so we're pushing at 500 mil now with those 2 upgrades. I should have probably changed this before I sold my embers. Oh well. Should I be worried about them only doing it? No. What is the corrosion material for amulets? Where are you at? Corrosion material 25 FE. Do I even have 25 FE currently? I have 22. Doesn't quite do what I want. If you don't die, it clears fine. But you can full clear, but without the new weapon, broken energy, getting damage up there, you need investment on +2/1 and stuff. Yeah, +2/1 is always going to be pricey. But hey, here's the thing. Good. The new season would hopefully make our ones cheaper because you can actually use that for resonators and stuff. So in theory, it should be a 1 in 4 tries at the league mechanic bench for getting our crafts. You just need more bases for when you eventually fill out on whatever that currency is. So there's that, which is very, very nice. I think the league mechanic, the league mechanic currency is actually going to be pretty expensive because it's so straightforward to use for crafting. But the plus side of the league mechanic being expensive is that no matter what you farm, you already have a baseline amount of profit. Thunder waste, thunder waste, thunder waste. I feel like I'm forgetting to do something. Now I'm kind of incentivized into going double crits instead of crit rating early fizz. But there really isn't anything I would want here. I guess I could go flat fire. That's something I could do in theory. Mechanic craft, yeah, it is. It really is.
Like no damage.
The unique gloves. Unique gloves, unique gloves, unique gloves. What are unique gloves? Triad's grip or
We've witnessed
+3 to melee levels. Oh, for down blow.
traces.
I actually don't know what gloves those are. Is it a Val? Is it a Val jet? Is it a Val glove? Or is it specifically for melee? Oh. The one from that's like Admiral something or something like that. I don't know if it's Admiral. But it starts like A. I forget.
Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a long, long.
Okay, so now we are broke. But as broke as we are, that's the one. Okay, so yeah, I just remembered I actually know something like that. That's which is surprising considering I typically don't pay attention to melee stuff at all. But I think I maybe have dropped it in the past, which is why I know about it. What am I looking forward to farming in T8s? Is a question I'm asking myself. Because this means I'm more or less just halfway to T8s. And I need to figure out what I'd farm there. A part of me wants to do the whole come back to T7 with the boss compass and all of that and farm that. And I think I will. But that requires T8 Trav done, which is like 10-ish bill, 20 bill DPS requirement. What are my next upgrades? I just got Fiend Crown and Amulet, so I haven't really thought about it yet. But let me think. I would really like my belt to change. I don't really like this belt. Odds are I'm going to just switch it to a rare, I'm thinking. Probably would just switch to a rare. A rare with a blended affix with like +1 all skills, honestly, is probably going to be the next one. Trinket, belt, and then eventually we're going to switch it to a light hunter. $82, $85. I don't need this necessarily, but I do need blend. No. Level to attack to all skills. On the pricier side for the base, 28. So we take it back and we say minion skill level, and that is 1 FE for the base. So we probably use this. I just bought a random one, but I shouldn't have. I should buy one that has good ES. So let's say Arcanist Girdle. But that's expensive. Okay. Magic Girdle by chance? Yeah, that's cheap. 2 FA. Give me a second. All right, I am back. Where were we? How do you like Torchlight now? And does it have a lot of minion options? I would say Torchlight has a very, very healthy amount of minion options. There's a clear meta, but if you're going against the meta, you don't feel like you can't go all the way. Like you can get most minion builds and take them as far as you would a meta minion. It's just, I mean, it might cost you more, but I like the options. And some of these builds feel very, very different from each other, even on the same character, so can't complain. Then on the note of upgrades, after belt, we have our crits set up. So I should be looking at miniature Voidsea. Once I have miniature Voidsea, I'll be switching to Grim Phantoms. And then aside miniature Voidsea, I think past that, I'm probably going to be looking at eventually switching into a Scepter once I can find a good, magnificent, and noble combo. Where is... Give me a second. That is what I'm thinking for upgrades anyways. Well,
tie puppet build I want to play next league. Top list. In the top of his lists for his tier list.
holy.
I'm like, bro, whoa, what are you doing? Whoa.
What did you want to play? The melee one?
Just bleed slams. Bro, put that at the top. And he just said bleed slams into Bannerman. He literally put that in the fucking list at the top. Like, what the fuck?
What you say fuck me for?
Bro. I got off.
What happened?
Honestly, I just didn't really enjoy the cooldown thing, and I wasn't free. At some point, the ult doesn't even do that much damage, so I was like, I'll just figure that out later. Surely.
A different begins. I mean, if it helps, you really don't have to be the person controlling it to, do damage and all.
It's a fantasy, yeah. I mean, I'm really close to. I'm 56, right? So I'm really close to 60. Isn't 60 the erosion rock swap usually?
I don't know.
At least I believe it is. Either way, I'm really close to finishing and entering maps, right? So
Yeah.
definitely not gonna try to get diffed, but do our best not to get diffed.
Good luck. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks, man. You want to experience the greatness of this melee build?
Which melee build? The rock?
Like no, it's like just like this build in general. You want me to make it to experience this minion rather? I said melee. Minion.
Well, I want you to experience the minion. Yeah.
The greatness of this minion build, this Iris 2 build. Actually see a minion build to the end. TLI.
Question is, will you? Why is
I know
this?
the answer to that question before I would even know, to be honest.
What's that? I know the answer.
Before I would even know.
Why is that?
When I'm coping, you know, oh, bro's coping. So you tell me, so I could just save myself the time. Please and thank you.
I mean, we'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. Because like your experience gets much better.
Yeah,
But
time.
I mean, time is there. It's just a case of I think a lot of builds have their jank early on. But the question, I guess, is
Yeah,
what
look at the
what
build.
jank are you okay with playing? Because this is sounding like jank you're not okay with.
Oh, wait. So the cooldown shit isn't going to be gone for a while, basically. Like not be able to attack.
You solve it by getting regen. It's not just you get your trade 3, but
Yeah, but your 3 is into like
75. And on top of it being locked behind 75, it's not you have it now, it's fixed.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, you still have to have the gear.
Yeah, exactly. So like you will see it progressively get better as you get regen and regain, and things like regain on weapons has it double dipping because you get the regain, so they get it through you, but they also get it directly because you give them your weapon. You know, stuff like that. You will literally feel the differences, and you will feel it getting better. The question is,
the progression will feel good. The question is, do I get diff before that?
yeah, and would you be happy even with that progression, or will it feel like a nuisance that you don't want to deal with? Like, I
feel like that sounds fun though. Why would it be a nuisance?
I mean, I don't know. It's a thought process, I guess. I don't know if it's for me, it sounds fun getting to that point, but getting to that point means, you know, dealing with this point too.
Yeah.
And as much as getting, and it's TLI, so yeah, there's a lot of farming between certain upgrades. You're not going to,
Yes.
like, you're going to use
what's here in the Discord, and what did the person say? Took them like 6 hours to go from one build. Which is fair, because if you're that ahead, I think it also makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because you're also just waiting for other people to be able to buy shit. Yeah.
So it's up to you. The good part is that just means, in a roundabout way, for a good chunk of your early game, regen and regain modifiers are damage modifiers because they increase your damage up time.
Regen second.
Really, right?
Sounds cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'll log back in. But
And then if you want easy ways that help mitigate this, you probably even have access to one. Frost Magi. He gives you regen, you give that regen to your minions.
Yeah, but can I afford to use Frost Magi though?
Why not? You have 2 minions and you get +1 max on your trait, so you have a third slot that's just not being used.
Fair.
Unlike Iris 1 who can use 3, like she can use 3 on 1 Magi, Iris 2 can't. So yeah, you want to have a support. Eventually that support is going to be rock, but like first
I saw that they used like Grim Phantoms as support till you get the right module mod.
But that's for
Or
machine
glacial freeze.
machine army, dirty tricks, miniature void sea gloves, things that care about minion count. They typically cap out at like 6-7 minions, but you know you have 3 Magi, so you need the 4 Grim Phantoms to help hit that cap.
Yeah, they go dirty tricks. And ailment termination.
Yeah, which are big damage multipliers.
We've witnessed many.
Should I get rally on pedigree? You can. I basically have a list of good core talents on my search, and I just bought the cheapest, and that was good. There was Source that was cheaper, but like Source, Talents of the Abyss, they're not going to do too much for me right now. So the next cheapest was like Rally. I just needed a pedigree. I could have gotten more slates with ultimate CDR. That would have been another option. But I wanted a damage core talent. A part of me was just like, wait, did I check attributes to make sure I don't have Dex on it? That reminds me. To make this not a problem, we're going int. In the end game gear, where can I write a note? Let's do here. Bruh. Can you leave me alone? Thank you. Notes. Warden's breastpin comes with 8 intelligence. So if using strength instead of int, we'll need 8 intelligence, 8 dexterity on 1 slate for origin. Scales of the original skin is his actual name, right? Scales of original sin, pact spirits, scaling.
Be back.
Aye. Is Mighty Guard isomorphic arms better than Rally? I 2 levels is about 16% more damage, slightly more because they multiply each other. Growth and command. We don't use the growth for anything yet, so I would say no. Not yet, at least. When we need... Oh, my internet cut out. God damn it. All right, the internet is back. I hate when it cuts out. What was I saying? It's not better yet, but when you start pushing for 500 growth, it will help you. So it's a case of, do you tank a bit of damage now to get to 500 easier, or do you just say fuck it? I wouldn't go for it, for the simple reason that eventually we want to use a space rift to potentially multiply certain modifiers. This is assuming we can figure out the space rift setup with the new league mechanics stuff that doesn't gimp the league mechanics stuff, because that's a lot of power that we don't want to miss out on, or that we don't miss out on. So, but ideally we get space rift so that we can multiply affixes like minion affliction effect, which is the only modifier that can actually scale affliction effect of minions. Apparently affliction effect on weapons doesn't, even if you give them with ISO arms, doesn't actually give them affliction effect, which is dumb. I don't know why it's a thing, but apparently it's a thing. So we want to multiply modifiers like minion affliction effects, like ultimate CDR, things like that, to get even bigger numbers. Like ultimate CDR is even the most important thing to reflect, if I'm being honest. Affliction effect is like the bigger one here, but then you also have things like bond gaining speed, which when we start getting to like 6-7 max stacks, is very useful to have, to just reduce the amount of time you have to wait around in the map. And of course, just shoot up levels and all that as pure power.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Ooh, that's a lot of resonance. So for the list of what's it called? For my list of modifiers I considered, I have a whole bunch here, but a few that I would specifically say that you should, or that I think are the most worth, is like, I love that this persists between seasons, by the way. So like this is just here from last season. But you can consider dirty tricks, but it doesn't pair well with Warden's breastpin, so not really. Boss is okay until you start sailing max bond and you have Oros's bond. It's at best. Rally is good. Mighty Guard is okay. ISO Arms is okay. Focus Strike is good. Reflection requires a little bit of building around, but can be good. For Reflection to be good, you just want to... You want to move Fire Magi here and put like... I don't know, Rejuve. Getting a bit of life regen in the process. But I feel like that would be less damage or mobility. So I would just eat the, what, 6%? Was it? 6% reduced multiplier and go for Reflection as well. Reflection is fine. So those are the ones that I would really check out. Focus Strike is really good for Fire Magi.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. We've witnessed many final moments.
How many maps do I have left? Actually, not quite sure. Should check out that. Ooh, that was scary.
We can be friends once you turn to dust.
Why don't we run Hornring? Short answer, I don't like the loss in survivability. We can. It's entirely possible to run it, and honestly, I almost feel like I'm trolling by using control right now. But what is my current crit chance? I just don't like the reduction in survivability, but it's very viable to use. Instead, I just run crit strike on both rings alongside crit damage and some flat and minion damage, and typically that's kind of fine. I mean, mostly intelligence as well if I'm going for advanced, but mostly that's fine for not losing too much damage from it, but being a lot tankier by comparison. How do we have 68 from here? But this says 118, so where's the remaining coming from? It says it's 69%. I guess let's see how many non-crits we see.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
That reminds me of my next upgrade, actually. It might be on the more expensive side, honestly. Well, it gets cheaper very, very, very fast. Micro Fates crit chance. Now that I have the amulets, 30 FE. I'll probably wait until it's like 20, then buy all of them. But that is a very nice way to double dip with Warden's Breastpin, because it's hybrid crits. So you get it, your minions get it, and your minions get a part of the one you get. Whatever percent your Warden's Breastpin is at, that is. I'm gonna corrode my Warden's Breastpin and we're going to Preach. I just need to be able to afford the corrosion material. which I can't quite do yet. We have 26 beacons left.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. We've witnessed many final moments.
I'm also guessing green shoots are just insanely priced right now.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some are our friends, some are enemies.
Before we do anything else, let's deal with this belt, shall we? I hope I have gotten some embers to work with. I think I have now. Advanced affixes. Oh shit, we can get growth here. Doesn't matter. We're not going to be using it now. But pretty good to know. Pretty good to know. We're gonna be doing actually, let's just craft this. Oh sure. Cool. Then for you, we're going for early res, I think. Boom. I guess I kind of want erosion res elsewhere then. And then here we get int. Nice. Even just T3, my guy. I'm not picky. T3 is fine. You gave me the exact same tier with the exact same row. Let's get ES life minion damage. Let the fates decide. Yeah. Move them down to T3. Cool. And now one more. Bruh. Bruh. One more matchless ember and a dream. Okay, that's not happening. All right, belt crafted. Switch. So this is going to be our interim belt until we can afford a light hunter. When we can afford a light hunter, we'll go low life. Ideally, the light hunter comes at a time when we are with the light hunter. We ideally would get it around the 5 Magi swap, but since that requires certain slates like an inverse image, it might be a while away before we do that. Can we have matchless embers again? I'm not gonna spend it now, but Just noting.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
How much damage are we on with that belt change?
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Still around 500. Okay. Maybe we're actually around 550 now. But yeah, around 500, 550. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now that we have our belt upgrade, I think one thing I should probably try to get soon is a miniature void sea, because that shit is only going to get more expensive. Getting it day 1, day 2 is probably pretty smart, so I save myself like 2k down the line. Once I hit T8, I actually don't know what I want to farm. I think honestly the play is just I can go clockwork for T8s, so that I can get T1 items with T1 modifiers that I can potentially sell alongside compasses. I think that should be the goal. But that's the damage requirement for clockwork is more so than just running T8. So we might start off with just, I don't know, Sandlord or something. I don't know. Sandlord is not a bad choice, if I'm being honest. Try to speed level up my Sandlord. Speed level up my Sandlord. Start sending gliders. Start sending shippers. Go without a compass. I think I ideally would want to do that beside Cube, since they both scale really well with Quant.
Don't worry, we're still making
Cube could also be an okay amount of money, depending on how much the blue and the purple are. I feel like it should be fine. Do I do need to price check those two to see how just because if blue is not yet worthless, then yeah, it's actually quite fine. 100 is 2, so a full stack is like 27. Honestly, not bad. It'll take a while to get a full stack though. What about purple? Purple is 100 for like 19. Good. Problem solved with that fucker. Dude was pissing me off. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe cube. Maybe. Maybe. Very, very unlikely, but maybe.
We've witnessed many fine. Perhaps don't worry. We're still making preparations. Don't worry. We're still making preparations.
Something else I need to also consider is my hero memories. My hero memories are currently very, very bad. Like, actually just straight awful. You probably look at least getting those to like level 10. Past that, what are multipliers am I not currently accessing? Hero memories, kismets. We spoke about kismets already. The crits hybrids that I might kind of go to are still on the more expensive side, so we'll give them a little bit of time to cheapen out before we splurge on buying like 9. If they were 20, then I could see myself buying, you know, 9 for 180. But at 30, that's 270, and that's a lot of currency. Very worth for this build compared to like my previous build, so there's that. But we'll see. Because like that will probably crit cap my minions, I assume. Without control, I think. I need to change my loot filter. I don't think it's set up for mapping for this long. Let me change. Let's find a drop filter that actually has been updated, I guess, ideally. It's corrosion time. I've just been waiting for this money. All right, let's double corrode my amulets. All right, guys. Darkest. Hold. Surely. I think anything is a good outcome so long as it doesn't just bind. Reroll can give me +2. Reroll can give me higher crit rate like this. corrosion, beautiful. Like, let's fingers crossed. Let's go. Oh, okay, that's a win. That's a win. That is a win. For a little bit of minion damage, we got bigger crits. That's a win. See what I mean? That right there is a win. A bound? So like I can't resell it, but like it wasn't going to resell for any amount once I was done with it anyway. So like, who cares? So that is that. I came here for something else as well. I came here for looking at upgrades. I was talking about upgrades, crits, control. Nah, I don't remember. What if I went critical strike increase? What is the crit chance now? %78%. So I assume that just means it's more or less crit capped.
Select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
This is without my empower skill. I feel like crit damage would just be better than crit rating. Yeah, this is worse than control. All right, where's crit damage increase? Let's try that. Round about the same. Yeah, it's around the same. Maybe slightly higher. Ever so slightly. And I think it's mostly slightly before because almost all my hits are crits and it's not reducing my crit chance. I think that is why it is slightly higher. So I'll take it. I do think there is a universe where I go elemental fusion. The problem with elemental fusion is it needs ignited enemies, and I only have my minions, and they'll be able to ignite. It has this node which is pen against ignited enemies. If I remove this though, then I could in theory go for attack speed, I guess. I really wish I could take this early, but Warden's Breastplate is the single reason I'm not doing this. If not for Warden's Breastplate's 8 ints, I would have gone Strength, taking this, giving myself like, I don't know, 20% increased minion fire damage, which is, you know, not a lot, but at the stage of the game we are, everything matters.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. We've witnessed we will go inside. Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
Yeah, we're down to 4 maps left. I will run the 7-2 Watcher. Simply because
The origin of thunder will be your end. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder.
once I'm done with this set, I'm gonna sell everything. Hopefully get an upgrade. What exactly should the next upgrade be? I wanted an MVS. We could go for an MVS, but I don't think I want to farm boss rush until MVS. I want to get to T8, then farm whatever I'm farming there till MVS. That's what I want to do. Like maybe I decide to engage with the season mechanic at that point. To this moment, I still haven't touched the season mechanic.
You travel through thunderclouds to challenge the Lord of Thunder. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder. This isn't my first fall. The origin of thunder will be your end. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder. This isn't my first fall.
I'm glad I've gotten it down to like one phase that he does his BS and then he just dies. Bruh. I didn't let them charge up fast enough, I guess. Come on, bruh. I should have stayed closer to him because I wasn't applying my curse, I think. Exchange Dream Pet for Mistveil. You know, I've been considering Mistveil more and more in recent seasons. I don't have Dream Pet to exchange, but I am thinking of what my next league mechanic is going to be, and I currently don't know. I currently have no idea what I want. What are your opinions on Arcana in terms of early to mid strengths? Like this stage of the league, that is. Because this is the stage of the league I really want a pet for. And I don't think Mistveil... I don't know if Mistveil is good at this stage of the league. I have zero idea. I feel like nothing is strong aside like the generic boss rushing and all.
Your weak footsteps are almost inaudible amid the thunder. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder.
Trade farming is the only thing that comes to mind for me as well. It's the only thing that I can actually farm at this stage. I haven't seen what end game like Mistveil looks like, I guess, is another thing. Mistveil was the first mechanic I actually tried when I was first new into the game. I think I would like Mistveil to a degree. My problem with Mistveil, I guess not a problem, but my fear with Mistveil is that I'll get tired of it because I tend to like in-map mechanics, unironically. There's something about the flow of a map that allows me to farm for TLI necessary, like the necessary amount of time for TLI. And whenever I'm doing mechanics like Mistveil and and Snowpaper and all of those other kinds of mechanics, I think that it makes the session feel longer when it feels like it's dragging on. I think that's closer to what I feel. Drop filter. I wish there was a way to beaconing filter SS13. The fuck? I wish there was a way to see which filters have been updated. I assume this one hasn't been. What's the point of it here if you can't preview it? Oh, isn't this is the filter that had minions last season, I think. Updated 17.7. I guess we tried. Is there a way to increase the RF damage? I have the reap and stuff, but my damage is really rough for clear. I want our bosses, but generic mapping feels awful. Let me think. Is there a way to increase the RF damage? The RF damage should scale naturally with ignite scaling, aside like base ignite damage, of course. So to increase the RF damage, you want multipliers to dots. You want multipliers to your minions, so better auras, better increased minion damage on the tree, additional minion damage in different sources. In terms of the stats on gear that would affect the actual AoE, let me think. In terms of the two-handed sword, we have these two. Reap would obviously work, but for Reap, that means you're auto attacking you. Well, actually, no, this won't actually work because this is Reap when dealing dots, and they always deal with dots. So this one would be good. This would help. This would help the hits, so not really. This is not going to help, and this would help. If you want really high end, your best bet is going for switching from two-handed sword to scepter and rod. On the scepter, you're going for you go for base ignite all the same, but reaping duration should help a bit with the clear. It won't, because this is reap on dealing damage over time, so it will help you do a bit of damage. A bit. The real situation is I don't recommend going dots until ultimate weapons, or what do you call those guys, priceless weapons, so you can get reaping recovery speed. Because the reaping recovery speed, even just let's say T2 is going to turn your 1 second reap to like a 0.6-ish second reap, and with a 0.6 seconds reap, your damage over time is going to be reaping a fair amount. Paired with reaping duration, this 0.12 seconds becomes something along the lines of this is 50%, so this becomes like 0.18 to 0.2 seconds every 0.6 seconds. So it all adds up to being a more comfortable experience. And of course, pen is nice, additional damage to life. I don't know that I recommend going dots too early. There are a lot of limiting factors early on in your progression, like the fact that Pain plus Warden, but just point investment, will those fix the RF clear? It also seems like ultimate CDR is tough as well. For ultimate CDR, what I'm currently doing is I have ultimate CDR on every slate. It's the one mod I care about. You can get stuff with like second mod, but like that is the mod you should be going for everything. I don't have all these guys because it didn't matter. I just needed ultimate CDR. This one I actually found myself, so I do need to remove it and get another ultimate CDR. And then paired with your hero traits, your ult TD will probably be around like 2 point something seconds to 3 seconds roughly, something like that. No, not too much you can do until a bit of higher investment. You have slates. Aside slates, is there any other way you can get ultimate CDR? It's really just slate and this. Maybe if you were to reflect inverse image, but again, that is now we're looking at more expensive options. On a budget, there isn't too many options, I don't think. Top of my head, is there anything else that gives ultimate CDR or just minion CDR? Green shoot does, but like that's probably even more expensive than Warden's breastpin. Destiny, medium, summon, green shoots. Yeah, that's not happening. What else is a source? I guess there is a unique, but I don't, and it's probably not that popular. It's not even on the market yet. Never fucking mind. Where does it drop from? Queen of Eternal Sun. The queen is whose boss again? Which mechanic? Twine Nightmare? Lol. Tell me they put the new chest behind her as well. Okay, just a rare drop. Them locking a new unique behind the dream mechanic when they are removing the dreams only drop is a choice. It is definitely a choice. No wonder it hasn't been dropped. The fuck? That was another source of minion CDR. Aside those guys, who else comes with minion CDR?
We have many friends. 1, 2. It's enough.
You can get a module that has overclock composition. That is like the only other source of CDR that might not be popular, but I don't think we're going to be getting those until people are farming T8 and farming modules in T8. Because like if I were to search remove the base, just say overclock, which is cooldown and injury buffer. Oh, there you go. There's a few options, so you could potentially use this. It's 20% CDR. It's not going to fix any. It's not going to like be night and day, but every little bit would help, I guess. The problem with this is you need a way to summon them because otherwise they just die. So it's not as simple as just putting it into your build. You need to have need to know how you're going to summon them. Doesn't God of War mechanic give CDR? I don't know what buff God of War does, but if it does, it's probably player CDR, which will help with full bloom uptime, but won't help with Magi cast frequency. Most of the buffs from God of War are player based, unfortunately. I haven't noticed my minions AoE getting bigger with God of War, which is one of the bigger reasons people like to do God of War for their builds. Aside, you know, speed, of course. Have I sold? No, I haven't sold. I should be selling. All right, let's look at this. Items, trade house. So we have precious embers worth a fair amount. We also have snow paper. Yeah, we're slowly bleeding out on Netherrealm Resonance. I don't like that. Those nerfs are really, there's something. So this is 21 FE. Then we have energy core. Honestly, I should invest a bit more into energy cores because they will likely pay dividends eventually. 11 FE there. We have these guys, which apparently they're up. Oh, they're up to 1.5. Holy. Oh no, they're going down. Weren't they 2? I feel like they were 2 earlier. Radical Order is not something I'm gonna sell. My T8 beacons. Oh, they got my hopes up. Seven FE. Sell the non-thunder waste. I think that should be the play. have 17 ecliptic astrolabes. Maybe I keep them. Eternal reverbs are going for a lot. Yeah, I kind of want to fit the Eternal guys into my strats. I just need points. I need a lot of points. And then we keep Thunder Waste. With the currency we have left. Oh, you never sold? Oh shit, the price of this dropped by a notable amount. Is there anything else here I should be worried about that didn't sell? Not really. All right, now that we have an okay amount of FE, do we bulk buy Netherrealm Resonance and just keep boss rushing? Do we try something more T7 folk centric or T8 centric? Do we try to do, how much are you going for? 100 is 4 FE. Not the greatest, but not the worst either. How much are you going for? 10 is 1 FE, more or less. These will take a while to build. 100 of these is maybe a bit easier once you get to T8, but it's still okay. You are not expensive. What about my embers? Embers are going to be worth something. Yeah, it's already worth 16 FE for the 99 I have. I think the embers are literally carrying my profits when it comes to boss rushing. They're doing some heavy lifting. Thank you, Captain Shadow. Appreciate you. We have almost 100 FE. Do I have any upgrades that I think I should be getting right now? Have I not already done this drop? Or is this a new drop? Oh, day 2 just officially started. Never mind. That's what happened. Yeah, day 2 just officially started. I would like to make more currency, but I think the only way I can make more currency is just going to T8. None of the T7 strats I can think of will be so much more currency per hour. Netherrealm Resonance used to be a big part of the profits, but now we don't even break even on Netherrealm Resonance. I can't sustain my maps with Netherrealm. I have to buy Netherrealm Resonance or buy the maps. How much are you going for? I'm not about to do that. It's like half an FE when one FE or the same amount of money. 100 is 5, so one F will give you like 20, 21-ish. 21 F will give you like 3. So yeah, it's still cheaper to buy the FE, to buy the Netherrealm Resonance than it is to buy the maps. So like, if I buy this, that should be enough. I don't see myself farming so much in the way of T7 that this is not enough. Well, maybe actually. I should never say never and all that. Okay. But there's a few things I think I should do here. Wait, what? Didn't I have these nodes? I probably took them off for God of War, God of Hunting Chance. Or Goddess of Hunting. I think instead of Eterna, I should put it back there. I was going to build out the chance here, but I just realized it's not there. Lamau. I mean, when I said that, I had this song in mind. So, does it surprise me that you're typing the lyrics? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That world is not scary. It's just a long...
I really need to switch this to fire though. Like I kind of don't want to. Well, that's one way to do it. That is one way to do it. Now that we've changed that one thing that was bothering me, honestly, what is the next step? Wait, why are you leaving? We've changed the one thing so now I can actually sell my embers. Selling embers is very profitable. So that's what we're gonna keep selling those.
Once you've turned to dust.
That should give me a bump towards the T8 line. Am I in T7? Yeah, this is T7 boss rush. I've been in T7. Can't exactly kill T7 trap if I'm not in T7. I did that last night. Well, before ending stream. So this morning, technically.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Oh, like if I'm in T8? Nah. Not in T8s. I'm pushing for T8s, but I'm currently at like 500, 550 mil, thereabout.
We've witnessed many
I'm going to click this just for the fun of it. See, I went there with the currency to roll 2 times. I expected to roll a few amount of times. So tell me why I was disappointed when I rolled twice.
that world is not scary.
I guess for a split second, I was like, yeah, I'm rolling cube. And I didn't think about the actual number. For a split second, and that's all it took for me to be a bit disappointed. A little bit. The way I just be ignoring this season mechanic. It's like, oh, another casket. Okay, bye. I think I've done it like, where is the thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times. I've literally done it 9 times. I think I just found it wild that every single time I did it, I literally didn't see a single drop. Not a single drop. Not even like fine embers or flame sand. Just
Perhaps we can be friends
silence.
once you've turned to dust.
And there are times I've done it accidentally, and it's been exactly the same. Wait, speaking of, am I doing 7-2s or am I doing 7-0s? I just realized. Is this 7-2s? Surely I remember to. Okay, no, it's not. Thank God. Well, if that was 7-2s and I couldn't tell the difference, then it might be time for T8s. But I think I'd be able to tell the difference on the boss at least.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. We've we're still making preparations.
Here's a fun thing I learned today. Apparently, when you recycle beacons, you get netherrealm resonance. I didn't know that. I always just kept my T1s to T7s or T6s in my inventory, thinking, it ain't hurting nobody, until I ran out of space, and then I'm like, okay, let's delete them. I never paid attention. But yeah, they disenchant into netherrealm resonance. So if they're not worth a lot, and let's say you're in T7 and you need netherrealm resonance, and you have a bunch of maps you don't care about, like Blazing Lava Sea or something, yeah, you can just disenchant that shit.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. We've witnessed many
Wouldn't Void Embankment be better than your current chests? Probably, because we get 2 stats instead of 1 scaling it. But here's the thing. My current chest was free. I dropped it from Voidlands, so I just used it. I should invest into Void Embankment eventually, but that's like 175 FE that's I can spend elsewhere. But yeah, it is better. Because like how much all stats do we get? Like 350? Because I think I roll up to 100 and something, right? Or is that corroded? Let me check actually. Let me just check. Void Embankments rolls up to 100 all stats. So let's say mid roll, let's say 85. 85 is 85 times 2, which is 170 divided by 2. Well, 85. We're getting 85 multiplicative damage from the all stats we get here. And we're going to be picking up roundabouts, I want to say like 5% early res, maybe, if we're lucky. Something like that. Honestly, not bad compared to my current chess piece that gives 40%. But there's a catch with my current chess piece, and that is I need to have bond. So by going Void Embankment, I get 80 something percent of it's not more multi, it's like more multi because it's going into a bucket that already exists, but it's still a significant amount of damage regardless. Like it's still significant. It doesn't break skills, and it allows me to respec this from bond into orders, which is another 25%, which is then a multi. Whereas right now bond really isn't a multi.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back. I think you're probably onto something, Levia. I think you're onto something. And getting a bottom row means we can corrode and see if we hit big. My latest guilty pleasure is buying bottom row uniques early game, corroding it and hoping it rerolls. Because then, so long as it doesn't just bind, everything is a net positive. Literally everything.
I think it's still the play, and it feels actually nice to do that in this game. Like when you get a unique, it's not just like that's the end. It just steps up from the unique progression.
Yeah, I just corrode and pray. If it hits the mod I'm looking for, beautiful. For the single corrode, it could double corrode. It could reroll and bind, but like it rerolled, so I'm chilling because it was bottom roll. Now it can't be bottom roll again because RNG dictates. Oh, really? It can't be bottom roll, but we hope it isn't. But yeah, I think we might actually do that next. Let me compare that to what my next upgrade would have been. Let me spend what would my next upgrade actually have been? We have our sword already. This is the point where my slates are kind of fine. Kismet's a bit more expensive than I would like. Those are two of the side systems. Memories are ass. Memories would have been my next upgrade. I got ads when you were talking about Void. What is the verdict? I was saying that Void would be like 85%. No, not Nature's Part. It's too early for that, I don't think. But I would have gone for like extra damage on like the int. I don't know if I have ints, but like ints, minion crits, purple, probably cheap, and maybe upgrade that. Do the same thing for like the middle and the last one. Just get something that is worthwhile. I don't need to upgrade it per se. Maybe get it to level 10, but like my hero memories are ass. But the verdict on Void Embankment was, I think you're probably onto something, because Void Embankment will give us 80. Let's say we get a mid roll, 85-ish%. 85% is 85%, not more damage because it goes into a bucket that already exists, but it's going to be 85% increase of a multi that is not that populated right now. So it's still like, let's say, practically 50% more damage or 40% more damage, something like that. Like, probably slightly less than that, but like it's looking at like probably around that from just the stats alone. But one of that big thing about Void Embankment is it removes our need to use bond. Without the need to use bond, we can take off bond boss core talent and go for orders, which is 25% more damage, which would be a net damage increase and should get us to T8. So I think you're onto something with Void Embankment versus Fortress.
Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a
So yeah, I think that is probably the play. Pride Nemesis is probably also decent. We also solve res. Yeah, we get to like I want to say 4, 8, and then like 8, so like 16% all res or something, which is pretty decent. 16% all res, all LE res rather, which I don't think we're getting any LE res currently from our chess piece. You're getting no LE res from this. We do get 25% more life though. That is not to be slept on. We do get 25% more life. Is there a way we can reduce the reduction in that life? Because losing a 25% more life multi is noticeable, to say the least. We're currently at 2k life. What does the life drop to? 1800. 1800 drops by 500. Holy. Void Embankment doesn't come with any life. Do we have res on all our res? I said res, life on all our res. I feel like we should, but I could be wrong on that.
The wind is gathering again.
I could be wrong on that. What rare would I not have life on? I have life here, life here. You do not have life. Why do you not have life?
Omniscient prototype. I literally was about to say, what if I drop one?
You just bought it?
I just got it.
Holy. GG. We're at 474. There's no way 44% ES is better than life.
It's insane for me right now.
GG. Ooh, 140 life. There we go. That puts us at 2.5k life. That means we only dropped to probably around 2k, 1.95, something like that, which is fine. All right, I think I'm sold on Void Embankment over Fortress.
Don't worry. That world is
I mean, I technically still haven't spent money on my chess piece, so
loneliness.
and it kind of works. And then after that, we go for memories. After memories, we go for what's a decent next step after memories? I don't want to touch slates for a bit, but we might be going for 2 modded slates. If I can hold out till tomorrow for slates, they would be significantly cheaper. You're going to buy on ID Void? If it's around the same price as bottom row, yes. Because I have nothing to lose.
Perhaps we can be friends.
But yeah, I am leaning towards on ID over bottom row.
We've witnessed many
Ooh. I think the God of Swords was one of those bosses they nerfed in the patch notes. Thank God. Because I actually didn't shotgun me as much as I thought it would. Like, if it not killing me there, I think it's indicative of the patch note I think we saw for certain mechanics that shotgun.
false traces.
He was a big offender, so it makes sense.
It's like it's omniscient too. It just gives you a lot of energy.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
it's tabula rasa.
Making preparations.
Oh, that's gonna carry you for a while, I think.
I mean, it allows you to unlock all your aura slots from
It's crazy, right?
T1, so it's pretty good. Like, what I dropped it at end of my campaign last season, and I just used it. It sure was so comfy. It is going to make you squishy for a bit, but like,
Yeah.
or at least
That's what it
squishier.
is.
You know, yeah,
We can go rejuvenation and shit. So like, it's fine.
yeah. Rejuve will eventually double dip, so that's always nice.
Not till last trip.
Yeah, but for now, it's still helping.
We've witnessed many.
I think once we get Void Embankment, we're going to be on that as a chess piece until we get Uros's Bond, which is a while away.
How much is it?
Friends.
Last I checked, I think it's mere eternity levels of rarity, so it's like was
Wait,
1800.
what? So you're gonna rush that?
Why?
I'm asking.
No, mere
'Cause you
eternity.
did that- I've seen you do that in other leagues. If you're like you farmed, we've waited to like a big farm. Did you do that last league? I think you like waited to like the memory or whatever.
Yeah, I rushed the memory, like my memory stuff early on before it went up in price. For uniques, I don't think I rushed any uniques that are too problematic. Troublemaker, I allowed to get expensive. Gloves, I think did I get gloves early? I did not get gloves early. So there aren't really many uniques I can remember getting while they were cheap that would have been expensive. There were things I did that I think saved me a lot of currency, like, you know, getting my Nature's Party before the price boom of like week 2 or week 3 for league mechanic stuff. So figuring out league mechanic stuff is also going to be something I should look into. The slate stuff,
Yeah.
because there's a lot I know / don't know. The only options I can think of that are good, where there was a banishment option that was good, that was not elixir, it was something else. I forget what the exact mod was, but there were 2 minion mods on the banishment mod pool. Banishment is the one where it adds an effect to your character. It's where you get the tangle of can rotate around minions or something like that. That one is a hybrid mod because it also has additional minion damage, but not a lot. But there was a second one that had a much bigger multiplier. I just don't remember what else it did.
We can be friends once you've turned.
But that's an option. And then the one I am leaning towards personally is the one that increases effects. And that is not banishment, that is something else. I forget the name. But there's one that increases the effect of traits or slates between the different, Nether King slates by 70%. That is what I'm leaning towards. There's also the last one that copies its own mods onto nearby ones. I don't know. I need to see how these guys interact with Space Rift. I think ultimately I need to see that interaction, because I've heard that it's it's possible that the increased effect does not affect Space Rift. So like the Space Rift isn't going to get increased effect, and it's not going to copy increased effect. So it's just which would make it the weakest of all the options for Space Rift. I think banishment doesn't need anything else. It's just by itself, it's good. Then there is the last guy, which is spreading stats. I mean, I don't know if spreading stats will be able to be copied by Space Rift. If it is big, if it isn't, then I think that makes the decision very easy. But it all depends on like how it interacts. So I'm hoping someone ahead makes a video on it.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
Surely someone does, right?
Yeah.
Stake out on Don the Crown's channel. Surely you make it.
A video on what exactly?
Just Space Rift interactions or just interactions with the Nether King things. But because like it's bound to have quirks.
Just don't know if it'll be low, bro.
I mean, I don't think it will be. He was just an example I gave. But I don't think it will be him, because he will likely make a guide on the league mechanic, and it'll probably just be how to run it, potential rewards, stuff like that.
Mechanic that's super rippy, but actually gives no rewards. So the first thing you want to do.
I've done the league mechanic a total of 9 times this season. Was it 9? Yeah, it was 9. Like campaign, end game, all combined 9, and like 3-4 of those times were an accident. I was trying to click something around the coffin, and instead I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I think mostly it's God of War that's in like Filthy Thorns that spawn. They both can't spawn at the start. That's where it happened the most, I think.
Oh, interesting. So she doesn't want me to swap till. Wait, really?
What's that?
Honestly, I'm just gonna follow business setup. Kind of cocky, but he swapped at level 60, but she doesn't want you swapping to like T4, T5 when you craft a full cane. And level 75.
So
makes sense.
What is business waiting for 64?
Like, why is he doing it earlier?
Why 60?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, why did he do it earlier? Is your question?
Yeah, like why?
I think he just tanks it. How would the rock? I still be able to just spam rock, right? Even with the cooldown shit. That's what you say,
Oh,
no.
he is using rock already?
At level 60?
Yeah.
At level 60, business is using erosion, grim phantom, rock. 61.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I will reserve them.
So you're saying don't click this?
I'm saying if you click rock that early, it will be an experience.
He has corrosion manifold.
What does that do?
Restores 20% of max life and mana per 4 seconds when tenacity blessing is active.
I mean, that affects you,
Gain
know, your
1
minions.
stack of tenacity blessing when taking erosion damage. He doesn't have this shit though. He doesn't have that node
What node?
at level 60.
The ultimate node?
Well, the regen node.
Yeah. I think changing stuff is free, so you can try it out, but I can't think of why you'd want to do it then.
I'll do a map or two. I need to unlock my second ascendancy real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've not dropped the memory?
I have. Wait, can I just put it on if I don't have it?
You need to be level 60, I think.
Oh shit, we're good then. We're good. That's where I go. +1 max Magi.
And then that means you can now have the support Magi.
Okay, why don't I just give it a shot?
No reason not to.
I'm literally playing the worst version of the build. It's fine.
My thoughts on it include, at least towards scaling it, is if rock is going to be the guy, that means you're starting out.
Oh, his main damage is erosion.
I know. If rock is
moving. Okay. Cool.
if rock is your support, that means what you call it? You're starting with a foot backwards ish, kind of, because
Don't have frost
you
regen.
don't have frost when you get to level 75 for regen.
Let me see what he does at 75.
Does he have a
T8? No, that's not
75 is before T7 Traveler. And by T7 Traveler, you're probably
is.
pushing on 90.
Yep. Okay. 4 core talent, full auras, business pre-traveler. Okay, level 81. At level 81, I do see the 2 rods. I do see
2 rods or a cane and a rod.
2 rods.
So he's not using isomorphic arms on his talent tree.
Doesn't look like it. And
The
then I
first
see
3.
erosion and rocks still.
Okay.
With machine army, grim phantom. Yeah, that's out of it.
Okay.
What is he using? Because he goes burning aggression, he goes dirty tricks, boss, mighty guard. Yeah.
Where could he have some insane regen? His slates? Does he have the regen node?
Doesn't have insane regen.
His ring? Is he using rare?
I gotta check in a sec. I started swapping.
Okay, just swap.
So just play this shit so we can know it's us. Next iconic.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
Does he use friend Nemesis? Maybe he just embraces the reconjuring shit and just like, yeah, let's just fill up our hot bar as quick as we can. Maybe that should be one of your first
Chess
upgrades.
piece.
Yeah, because you're also the one that increases reconjuring. Because it comes with Spirit Magi at multiplicative damage, so it's not like it's a defensive setup.
I don't think he has it that early, unless that's what you're asking me.
No, he probably wouldn't have it that early. But it's something you could consider as one of your first upgrades if once you start farming.
Okay.
If you're fine with this setup.
My assumption is this isn't gonna be that good. But it's gonna be like kind of annoying that he probably just tanks it because he's rushing. Right? If bro finished the campaign in 50 minutes, it's safe to say he's like one of the top people up there at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So in my head, it's like I can't just look at that and like think he's chilling.
Yeah. 50 minutes, you're definitely you're definitely cutting as many corners as you can and tanking
So I understand
as much
that.
power as possible.
Yeah, so I understand that, and my head is like, all right, that's fine. Then I'm curious to see how it plays out. Oh, you go weapon amp instead of spell amp.
Yeah, because they both use attacks.
Oh shit. Okay. Good to know.
Erosion is the main DPS, so like it's the one that uses that attack that matters the most. But Rock also uses attack, so the attack Magi are Rock, Thunder, and Erosion. Spell Magi, Frost, Fire.
Why spell conk on erosion?
Why spell conk?
Kind of weird, right?
Is it? Let me think. Erosion. Let me check the skill gem. Summon World of Thorns. Oh no, it's a spell. Okay, so it is a spell. So why would you use attacks? So Erosion does use a spell, but it has base phase that converts to Erosion, if I remember correctly. Right?
Yeah.
Where is it? 100% fist Erosion, yeah. So it's a spellcaster. So there are 3 spellcasters and 2 attackers. I think that's why I thought Erosion and Thunder would be an awkward hybrid, because one is spell, one is attack. Initially, like 2 seasons ago.
Interesting.
So that explains that. So that's why he's using spell conk. As for weapon amp is attack specific, right? So realistically, he shouldn't be using it. He should be using erosion amp, spell amp. What generic would affect both of them? Domain expansion would affect both of them. Technically, because AOE.
Yeah.
It's both area damage. Radical order would affect both of them.
Yeah, it would.
Because minion damage. Yeah, I don't know why he switches to weapon amp. Maybe he's hoping Rock does enough damage to support the erosion as he's clearing.
So how does this even work? Holy. Holy.
That doesn't sound like a good one.
Slow-mo jump 3 times. And then after that, I was actually going cool down.
Share your screen, I guess. Let me see what this looks like. I want to see what it looks like. Because like I don't have a reference point for this. So like I know what I think would happen, but like I don't know how it actually look like, you know.
Where am I? Is my erosion dude here?
All right, let's see.
Where are my erosion dudes?
They are off. You need more reservation. Do you have source? Put restraint there. Put restraint there.
Surely it's enough, right? For both?
You don't need, I mean, you have the energy, so I guess so it doesn't matter too much for.
I mean, I guess fuck Reju for a bit. That's probably not happening, right? That's how does it feel? I mean, not great. Doing damage, I guess.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind
But
the
the
swap to
cooldown thing
erosion,
is-
but yeah.
I think Rock is forcing it.
I would think the playstyle is
They're
very
killing shit on
junk.
screen, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's the erosion fantasy.
Is that actually what they do? They just fucking.
Yeah.
So this is the playstyle for Witch's build too, right? It's like you're Rock, but
Yeah.
or are you actually erosion as well?
Your rock, and then erosion is doing all the killing off screen. Like on screen and off screen.
Make sure-
like-
does he go? Yeah, he does. Let's.
Thoughts? It looks like it's doing damage. The jump is definitely something.
Your jump is fucking. That shit is in slow mo, bro. Look. It's actually not bad to be honest, because it covers quite a bit of distance. To be honest,
Why a rapidly fading life should dream
I guess I'll keep an eye out for rods, or canes rather.
Canes are good because you use ISO arms for
He
it.
doesn't use ISO arms.
But why are you not
Never goes
using?
ISO arms.
So he doesn't use the hammers.
Look,
Jesus.
that's what I'm like. What's going on? But maybe if he was Russian and we're being genuine, we can be like, you know what?
He didn't do
I
the treasure trove.
But that's like a
Well,
lot
he
of
did
damage.
he did like one treasure trove. I just read deuces. Because
That's
like,
a lot of
I have to
damage
assume people
my
who
hand.
get like sub 1 hour are doing like one run on the on treasure trove, if they're doing it at all, and they're just moving.
Yeah, bro.
Because like
That shit costs time.
they talk about, yeah, you talk about the time you took, you don't talk about the level you finish at, or how many skill points, because each treasure trove is 1 point, 1 passive point, you know. So I don't know. That's the question I always ask myself, like how much treasure trove do they do?
Faster the connect tests.
Did they pass the deconnect tests? The quality of life is a no, but
It's serviceable.
yeah,
I
like
tank it, but I am tired of it. And by that time, hopefully, I've got enough levels to swap to the Wiltshire version. Because it's still the Wiltshire version is very similar, right? It's just this is just early.
yeah, this is just early. Like Wiltshire doesn't recommend switching because if it should feel like a worse overall build than what you had before.
It doesn't feel. I mean, it feels worse in terms of clunk, but it doesn't feel worse in terms of damage. But granted, I didn't have another Magi up at the time.
So like I would say probably go Frost and just run, because actually no.
Wait, why not?
We can cheese some uptime. I realize, but that's still trade 3. Never mind.
Trade 3 is level 75. I could just keep blasting to 70. It shouldn't take that long. I'm 63 already.
Yeah, it wouldn't take that long. By the way, congrats, Levy. 2.2 bill on my build. Sure. Someone's blasting. I started to play this game this season and I used pro build. Welcome. Always nice to see a new TLI face. I don't know why when I add seal conversion support I can't. I was doing the boss and he instantly blew up and I'm like, yo, what? It's not 7-2s. That's why. when you add seal conversion, you can't use the passive. Let me try to explain this.
Fantasy is fun as fuck though.
Yeah, like the jumping, I think they did really well with the impact of the rock landing, because the rock wasn't actually in the first 3 Magi. There were 3 Magi, and then they released Iris 2,
Yeah,
and the Iris 2 had the 2. So, okay, to answer your question about seal conversion, you see this tree, Lich? With the Lich tree comes this node here, this off the beaten track. This node makes it so every single support gem increases or reduces the reservation taken by your skills. So if you are supposed to use seal conversion, then you are likely supposed to use 3 different support gems like this, or 2 actually. So like it would look something along the lines of this. You need to have all 3 to turn it on. If you take off even just one, you can't see. Well, I have the reservation efficiency, but it wouldn't work if you don't have the reservation efficiency. So you need all 3 gems and seal conversion to actually properly allocate it and for it to fit. Does that make sense? What did I do? Something is wrong here. Why do I have 21% on sealed mana? Have I always had 21%? No, that something is wrong somewhere. What have I done? The fuck? This is charge flames. This is spell amp. Swiftness. You are welcome. That is why even on supports like this, like auras, we use increased area. The area is not that important, but this is reducing the reservation this one takes. So watch this. It's 21 point. We have 109 mana. If I remove this, it drops to 100 because there's one less support gem that is helping the reservation. I feel like I did something. I feel like I shouldn't have this much mana. What the fuck? Why do I have this much mana? That's a problem for early game. Decide what stat you want to be separate, and then just remove everything that doesn't have that gives you something else.
Scale?
Int. Only int, I think.
Yeah. It's what's giving me not int, I guess.
Also, yeah, that'll be the first step. Make sure it's not something important that's like your amulet's giving you int. So that is fine because it's int. But
strength, man, it's interlocking soul.
That'll give you strength and int. Yes. So what I would do, you have to, do you have 2 spirits that are fully spec'd out?
Why?
Like 2 pack spirits, because it's very possible you haven't gotten to the node that actually matters on Anubis.
I haven't.
Then it doesn't matter.
I'm using Veil and I'm using a level 5 like purple. Wow.
Then it doesn't matter. Like until you get to that big node, it doesn't matter. And by the time you get there, what I like to do is I'll just tank it for like 1 time mark, because I think it's like time mark 3-ish maybe or something that you get there. Tank it for 1 time mark. Then by time mark 4, I'm switching to like full T4 weapons, in which case, you know, I no longer have the strength to care anymore, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. It gives me sealed mana comp. Oh.
I feel like I have too much mana. I don't know why I have this much mana, but I feel like what would have been taking mana before that isn't now? We have 3 Magi. We have our auras. Oh, while we were clearing the map, we should be killing. Wait, this is 7-2.
Speed support?
Quick decision.
for the rock.
Some are enemies.
Thanks.
You should remove swiftness eventually. Yes, swiftness is on the chopping block. Once I get rid of bond, I'm going to drop the bond or gain speed, and I'm going to replace that with preservation efficiency. I like swiftness for boss rushing though, but yeah, 15 and 50% aura would be a lot of damage. So once I can, let me see the nodes I can actually get rid of first and foremost. Bond gain speed has 2 points. That would go straight here. You don't have a single extra point. You have a bunch, but nothing I would give up. Nothing I'd give up actually. So maybe I'd give up. Oh, this is pure crit damage. I'd rather give up this one. Give up some points here to get like deep here. See if that's enough. If not, I maybe tank some stats here to fill it up. You don't run God of War? No, not for this one. This one wants Goddess of Hunt, and I don't have enough points to get both of them. So I just tank the minus God of War. For any strat that isn't boss rushing in this zone in particular, I probably would use God of War. But because this zone is just here, you typically don't have too much time to ramp God of War anyways. So it makes a lot of sense to just not use it here.
Witnessed many final moments like that.
And realistically, I should probably drop Drapion or Veil. No, Veil has some MS. Drapion for MS, so I can clear this a bit faster. Preserve of Eternity to be precise, because I don't really need more damage for this. Oh my god, I'm still in 7-2s. I shouldn't be clearing maps. I should be doing the boss. I keep forgetting. Yes, remove everything bond related once you go void embankments.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you don't really have any stats that you care for. Like bond would just be 120% increased minion damage, and you don't versus 25% more minion damage. You know, kind of a no-brainer decision at that point. Holy.
To leave all of you yet.
Those blue greenish bug looking things that rush you, those fuckers, man. I am clearing a map again, dude. I'm too used to just clicking and going into a map. The moment I just don't think about what I do, I just autopilot to go straight into that map. It does mean I'm blasting and I'm just not thinking about it, and you know, we're making money. But yeah.
You will regret pursuing the origin of thunder. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder. This isn't my first fall.
But we need to go back to the boss. I think the problem is it takes a while to kill the boss, like 30 seconds, because he has to do an invuln phase, because I don't have enough damage to just blow him up before he does it in 7-2s.
The origin of thunder will be your
which means by the time he actually dies, I have had enough time to stop thinking about actually loading up his fight, and we need to kill him 10 times with the number of tickets available instead of the 5 that you would do in T8s. So it just means, yeah, there is a lot of room for me to just go, okay, well, click map. The good news is the map doesn't feel like much worse than 7-0, so I almost did it again. Oh my god, I almost did it again while I was talking about it. It also doesn't help that the way you get to the map is the same way you get to the boss. Like I press down on the controller. I press down on the controller and then I press down twice and left, something like that. Whereas to get to him, I press down I think once and then right. So like if I'm not thinking, it's just straight skipping. Can you kill him? Thank you. All because I didn't wait a bit into a cinematic. Boss? Yeah. It's 1 time then left for the boss, and it's 2 times and 2 left for the map.
You travel through thunderclouds to challenge the Lord of Thunder. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder. This isn't my first fall.
All right. Drops are done. Or I've gotten my drop at least. I really like the new Twitch hover thing. The one that just I almost did it. Oh my god. The pop-up that comes up on chat when your drop is ready and you just click it and you're done. Because Lord knows I have missed out on drops because I just forget and I don't click on the menu. So now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, expired. When I come back to it like a month later. Ooh.
This isn't my first fall.
All right, I need to make sure we go for the boss yet again. We have 1 more boss skill. 1 more.
Your weak footsteps are almost inaudible amid the thunder. You shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder. This isn't my first fall.
And I think that was the last kill. No, this is the last kill.
The origin of thunder will be your end.
With a little bit more damage, he just gets blown up. But with a little bit more damage, I'm also in T8, so... let's not stay here any longer than necessary.
This isn't my first fall.
Okay, now we can autopilot and kill and just go straight into Prayer Sanctuary.
will go inside. The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
What pet do I want following me? I just realized it's Veil that's following me. I don't mind Veil following me, I think. Typically, I make it either Chalk, Doro, or I have used Veil once. What does it look like if Anubis follows me? I wonder if there's a single walking pack spirit. I assume not, simply because of following the player.
Like walking.
Yeah, like a pack spirit that walks instead of floats.
I don't play.
Hmm.
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think there should be one. Because I think that's the reason why they all float. But I wonder. Hmm. Because by floating, they don't have to worry about anything. No terrain, no nothing. So I guess you do have NPCs that follow you around in the campaign. But I do think for those guys, they don't really follow you around for the most part. They go somewhere. And the ones that follow you around don't follow you around for too long, I think. Because I know we don't have any Asala situations in TLI. Am I wrong?
Oh yeah, that's allowed to kill him. Yo, it's a dumb question, but do they do erosion damage?
Yep.
How does erosion damage work in this game?
Like every other damage type. It
Well,
doesn't
like, is it like goes under ES type shit?
like every other damage type in this game.
So it's just one of the other elements. It's like chaos.
It's chaos, but no special attributes.
So,
It goes if he meets erosion res. Doesn't go through ES, doesn't do more damage to ES, nothing. It's just erosion. It's a base damage of wilt. Yeah, nothing.
makes sense. I really gotta turn on rejuve on soon.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on. There we go.
Did you level or something?
Well, like the sealed mana from the Anubis dude.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you switched to him. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I put him on even if I'm not full yet, so I figured fuck it.
I mean, that's what I do.
And I'm currently level 70. I just dropped my first rod.
Congratulations,
So
Ferguson.
now we craft.
What is its highest tier?
T4.
So I think you'd be like, oh, you're already at T4?
Yeah.
Okay, and that works.
Well, no. What is the highest? Like, what's highest tier mod I can get T4?
Okay, then yeah, that's
Everyone
fine.
Spoil the child, you know.
Mm-hmm. Spare the rod and he'll grow up talking about his malignant tunnel.
Thanks to you.
I would never forget that malignant tunnel comment.
Everyone around Damon's face was like, "Shut up, shut up, shut the fuck up, shut up, bro." Is just going. Like, you don't have to be here, bro. Yeah, we get it, bro. Director of Diablo, but you don't have to show up for every talk. Just keep making bad decisions.
Nah,
Get away from the screen.
Now he's another company's problem.
Who's he with now?
He
Oh
went
yeah,
to
he
his
went
old company,
to.
Bioshock or something.
Was he the, yeah, Bioshock, yeah.
All right, we are 15 maps or 16 maps left or something like that.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
71. Do you have any spare memories in there?
Do I have any spare memories? No. Can I keep an eye out? Sure.
Yeah,
Can I get you one? Probably.
appreciate it, man.
Hmm. Assuming I can gift.
Still won't be fixed by the time I get there, but with rejuvenation, it'll start off decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna need to craft the wands. It's the rods for regain and regen. I'm assuming the wands will not be enough either.
I will be using
Maybe.
this one. Because why not? While I am here. Um.
You know.
How on earth do I gift again? Oh yeah, I think I remember now. I have to go here. Gifts. Oh, they are not giftable. Never mind.
Are they really?
No, they are not giftable.
Good to know, I guess.
They gifted something at least, but yeah.
That. Oh wait. Oh, I can't use a rod and two interlocking souls.
No, you
So I only
can't.
have one rod. Shit. Wait, is that still? That might still be more damage. No way. There's no way, right?
If you're using rod is
One
just
rod versus two interlocking souls.
I don't know if it's more damage, but it depends on the stats you have. It depends on the
It
stats you have.
has T4 of every flat. Which makes me think actually it's not that bad. Yeah, I guess I'll see the let me see the numbers. I'll just say for 9K, which is not ideal.
It's a lot of increase into locking souls is the thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if one rod would be enough. If it was a cane, maybe, because then your ISO arming, so they technically get it, and you know, shenanigans like that.
What's your obsession with ISO arms?
It's just that
Don't tell me that
it's
nobody's using ISO arms.
I know you're using a rod, but like ISO arms is literally the most busted keystone we have, core talent.
Even compared to the combination of like Dirty Tricks and the Wicked or whatever.
Why is it an either or?
Fair, I guess. No, ISO arms is strong though.
Like you literally get your minions get stats that are typically not minion stats, and we all know how minions are balanced in ARPGs. Like it's the truth. Minions are balanced around having minion stats, so the moment you have something like ISO arms, you know, you technically would want to give it, especially seeing as it doesn't deny you of the benefits. And even if it did, it's a weapon, you know. Unlike PoE that they'll say, oh yeah, your necklace that you really like, let's give you a res. Oh yeah, give it. Hand it over. You don't get to use it, no. Just give them. Oh, your shield? You like blocking? Not anymore. Give them. It's like this one. You get to use it and give them. So that's why you have shenanigans with double dipping. Where it's like, oh, this is a hybrid stats. Like attack cast speed is really strong on ISO arms because they get the attack speed twice. They get it because you get minion attack speed, or they also just directly get attack speed. So that is a mod you definitely want to have, by the way, for your rock quality of life.
All right.
You also probably, I would recommend having regain when you get your last memory.
Okay.
I heavily recommend getting regain. I saw a very fast mob. I don't know why he was that fast. I think it's very, very sad what they've done to boss rushing from like how you farm it. Not in the sense of like how much money you get, because like I think we're not getting that much money because of the stage of the league. So like things are just not, things are cheaper now, so we make less comparatively, but like the value is still decent, right? But I think the biggest disservice they've done to it is you are no longer self-sustaining your Netherrealm Resonance with just Goddess of Hunting. Like if you had to do the whole 4 bosses plus boss compass and all that, you probably will more than self-sustain. But like with just Goddess of Hunting, now you're like cutting your Netherrealm Resonance in half every single time you run maps, which is not a bad thing because you still make money from everything else that drops. But you just now you go from having no investment to having to buy Netherrealm Resonance every so often. I just buy it every, like I buy 100, that 100 cuts into like 50. I run the 50 when it then cuts into like 20. Then I just buy back to 100 and go that way. But yeah, like I think my fun, what I really enjoyed about boss rushing was the fact that I could just double down, like buy 100 maps or something, and then just use that to print and then sell Netherrealm Resonance among the other things. I think that was the that was the fun part about T7, because once you got to T8 you had to buy, but T7 you could actually self-sustain your maps, so you didn't need to lose any FE, so all your FE could go straight into upgrades. Now granted, I'm spending like 29 FE on like 100 maps, like it's not a big deal, but like yeah, it's less than ideal. And it's that's probably like closer to like 40. Well, probably like 35, because I think I already had some. But yeah, you get my point.
I get you.
Now in the ideal universe, once we're done here, we sell all our farming loot. By selling all our farming loot, we can afford an unneeded void embankment, and that would hopefully push us to T8s.
Soon. Though I think I'll still go like 4 levels without dropping one. Why are they untradeable?
Ungiftable. I think, I don't know. Gifting is weird. Yeah, like I've always I guess shied away from gifting simply because I know there's a bunch of things that you just wouldn't know is not giftable and whatnot. And it hasn't. I don't think there's any rhyme or rhythm, because like I think you can actually gift rare items, and this in theory is a rare item, but for some, maybe I don't know. Maybe they think it's used for RMT, like that's helping anybody, but it's like the actual way people are RMTing. I mean, you guys are not stopping them. But yeah, I don't know.
Oh, good, bro. I have a friend. He plays free to play.
We can be friends.
Yeah, I mean,
To dust.
he also plays 24 hours a day, 10 weeks a
He plays
month.
on 6 accounts and he gets all he does like Keegan farming in each 6, and he still gets season SS20 and all everyone.
Yeah. Here's what it is. Just skill diff, I guess. Employment diff. All right, we have. Why did you guys not sell? Drop the price. Fully you sell now. Let's arrange this. Hmm. 200 Netherrealm Resonance. We'll keep them because we probably will need them. Holy, Snow Paper is falling fast.
Alright, so
She wa-
those notes I just put in.
She was 40 something for a stack this morning. Now it's 29. I'm just like, okay. Okay, I'm
That's all
watching
people can
you.
do, bro. Second rod.
All
Malignant.
right, let's sell some embers. I'm counting on y'all to actually make me the profit because, like, clearly it's not going to be the Snow Paper. All right, that should give me enough currency. 2141, that's already 60 something. Plus 30, that's 90 something. What else can I sell? We have a bunch of T8 beacons, but I'm kind of hoping I get to use them, so can't really do that. Blue Clockwork is 0.4. I'll probably end up using some blue Clockworks eventually. Oh yeah, you. Traveler stuff. And then past that, I think we just use our tax and make up the difference.
Green tax.
You know, if we know about tax in trade,
I'm surprised that you're already getting taxed.
it doesn't take a lot. Isn't it like just your first 100 that doesn't get taxed or something? Your
Oh,
first
shit.
200. The first 200 is like, yeah, tax free. Oh, yeah, you come here. Where do you think you're going? Like,
Set those
it's
ones
very
here.
quickly. Like, we've already gotten tax 68. Difference of 27, which is nice. That puts us at 189. Very close. So we just need one more thing to sell.
You know, the void is not truly empty.
73.
You can meet your friends there on occasion, but they
How much is an unID'd void embankment? Let's see. 199, 195. $189, 190. Yeah. I'm gonna need you to sell like right now. While that is doing its thing, let me try to kill the last 7-2 bosses that I would need to before Kill this guy bits.
The origin of thunder will be your end. This isn't my
Ooh, we killed it before the swap. Nice. Before the inborn phase. Wait, I have 189. Surely there's one guy that's like 189 that's just down bad, right? It's already 190. Most of those guys already sold. Nope.
You will regret pursuing the origin of
There we go.
you shall be imprisoned beneath the thunder.
Don't kill my boys.
This isn't my first fall.
All right, we have the money. There's an 81, 82% for 190. Or 82 res, or stats rather. 195. Any un-ID'd? Yo, where are the un-IDs at? Oh, that literally says yes. Who has the most energy here? That has perfect energy. Surely all the RNG on this chess piece isn't just in its energy, right? ID. Woo! 95. I don't think we're going to corrupt this one. I don't, I don't think we're going to corrupt this one, boys.
I don't think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong.
This one, everything can go wrong.
Corrupt that shit at least once, bro.
Now we already corrupted something. That thing bowed. I'm good.
Yeah, if you go bound, it's fine.
The one my amulet rerolled and go bound. I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, we rolled too. Oh,
Yeah, there are multiple options that get bound. If
that
you
means you've used your first bad option for the leagues. Which one's use your good option on this one? For the
Nah.
120 proc?
Nah, I'm good. Thank you for the offer. All right, now we have orders. God. You go from
74.
it's crazy how you just go from free respects to oh yeah, wait. Calm down. You need this resource that you have 0 of. Oh. Yeah, you can just spend your primos. Just take the primos.
And that more percentage for that shit.
It's how it sneaks up on me because like it's just a menu that just pops up and like you're just so used to like just skipping. Just, I skip. Oh,
Companies that use ChatGPT, but they do the unlimited mode. So they get billed after for their prompt, and then there's a company that Jibis like somebody musically spent millions on prompts for ChatGPT. It's like that. So you just time to respect says, wait, what do you mean why? I'm fucking saving. What the fuck?
your thoughts?
Insane.
For eye level 86 swords, are we just staying with the same mods? Yes. pretty much the same mods until then. When you're going for priceless, you're not going for priceless swords. You're going for priceless scepter plus rod. I think that is when we do the swap, because then you will need. Will you update your build code? Yes, I was going to do that, and I think I forgot. Let me do that right now. I have 250. Actually, let me test what my DPS is, then create a new one, and then link all of them in my sheets.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
So we're like 750 now. I need to remember to sell my chess piece. Okay. Now that we're here, though, we need to work on reservation efficiency, because I'm pretty sure I can't fit in another aura. And increase area. No, I can't. I'm very close to being able to, so realistically, something like this, maybe. Yeah, that worked. So now, how much damage are we looking at?
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
We have crossed the 1T threshold, boys. Have we? It looks like we haven't. What level is my radical order? Please don't tell me it's level 1. It should be dropped 16, right? Yeah, 16, okay. So, not quite. Yeah, I should also go for precise gems. How much currency do I have? I have 14 FE. Let's get precise charge flames, and precise spell lamp won't be cheap, but we can do precise domain expansion. Domain expansion is 14% additional area damage. And this is 21. So it's a few percent off this, but compared to, say, where's regular charge frames? Okay, it won't be here. It is literally what FE. Well, 2 FE, I guess. Well, domain expansion, I don't think precise domain expansion is going to be this 36%, if I'm being honest. But I'll check. So, on my internet cut out, that is not great. The number to beat is 36. Well, this is a level 20, but yeah, like 34-ish.
25.
No, 25.
75.
GG. All right, where is domain expansion? I do like the skill area of this, so let's not sleep on that. Yeah, it's just 33. We lose like 3%, but for extra area, could be worth for Claire. Theory. But nah.
Alloy Covenant is pretty good too.
Alloy the gloves.
Yeah.
Isn't it Sin troops that get the regain? But you get regain. But yeah, so yeah. I feel like it was, yeah, it's your minion when your minions apply regain, but you also gain regain, right? Something like that. So you get to still give them
It's
regain.
20% life regain and NGC's regain for minions. It's 17% additional minion damage at
Oh,
max bond stacks.
oh yeah, it's direct to them.
18% of the life and energy shields regain effect of your synthetic troop minions is also applied to you.
Okay. This is like 14 FE, so we list the item. 13.
The recklessness is what I want on that.
We do 15 because of the energy. And hopefully it sells. Okay. Precise domain expansion is also a bit pricey. So that leaves us with 1, 2, 3 as our damage supports or damage auras. There is no other one that could be cheap, right? No. Not now, anyways. And then for our fourth aura, we're going to reserve our life for ES when we get Light Hunter. And that replaces this. But I don't want to do Light Hunter until I have some. I guess Light Hunter just allows me to just go without regen anyways, so it doesn't matter too much. It's the reason I would then be able to replace this with Fire Magi, basically giving me free damage.
When do I drop the actual hero memory? I don't actually know.
E5 and above, I think you can drop it.
Yeah.
It's just RNG. Look, watch out for the confusion cards because it can show up as a confusion card. Where it's like bosses drop 1 to 2.
Yeah. So
Please select the calibration. Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
All right, so we're crossing into 1 bill. But not quite. Our city is still on the longer side. What up, Hef? How you doing? So we're at 850-ish mil now, which means we're pretty close to the 1 bill mark. Not quite, but we might have enough damage to where we can just say, yeah, let's do T8, but I don't know that we're quite there yet. Or it won't be comfy, but it's doable. Is there any strat I would want to do on that amount of damage?
The origin of thunder will be your end. This isn't my first fall.
7-2 bosses are now quick, that's for sure. It's gonna be much harder for me to autopilot now. T7 black seal with T8. Like do 1 T8 so it becomes T8 and then just...
Pursuing the origin of thunder. This isn't my first fall.
Yeah, could do that. The bride would be very tanky though. That'll be the only pain point of that strat. But it is a fair amount of scraps and threads that I'll get. I could do that.
do not understand why a rapidly fading
I could do Sandlord as well in T8. Let me think. What would Sandlord give me? A fair amount of FE drops. The damage requirement isn't the most problematic. And I get to upgrade my town. I am good. What am I gonna play as a starter for 3.29? For now, most likely Retrofilers. They haven't teased anything that has changed my mind, so it is still up for. It can still be changed, but for now, we're Retrofiler gaming on Friday. Am I hyped for 329? I think it'll be a good league. I think it'll be a really fun time. I hope there's more build space for me to explore. I'm hoping it's not just the exact same landscape that was there last league, because if it's the exact same minion landscape, I might do 1 or 2 builds and call it, because I don't have that many options when it comes to things I haven't already explored, you know. Talisman for +2 max specters. What do I think? +2 max specters would be 4 with Dark Monarch. That would be nice, but we already were getting to like 14 specters. And going from 14 to 18 is like, I don't know, 15% more damage, something like that. Probably more or less. It's around that region, which is fine, but is nowhere compared to like a +3, +4 level army, as an example. So it might be a decent early game option if it's cheap, which it won't be cheap. So I don't know that it's actually going to be something that is used outside of like on a pure Spectre build. On non-Spectre builds, honestly, it might be, because that's a decent amount of support that you didn't have access to before. Like you can go from 4 Spectres to 7 or something like that with congregation and all that shenanigans. So it's possible. Luminary Merc, I think that is the one I'm looking forward to. I want to try Luminary Merc, because I didn't get to actually go like a proper Merc support build in during
I did that for you.
I know you did, but I didn't get to do that. But like also, it was also going to be very expensive to do so. So like it kind of turned me off from that. And I think the options for attacks were also kind of limited.
The fact that they're not showing support links in the mercs for sale. You literally can't tell the supports. Like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah.
That shit needs to come with supports.
I think if you're the Luminary, I think you just farm your own. Like there's nodes on the trees that make it so you're more likely to see, I think, int. Then there's also nodes that make it so the mercenaries are more likely to be from house this or house that, and you can see the classes
for optimal supports, because some supports actually just change the way even like kineticists will apply.
Yeah, but remember, you were not seeing a kinesis every 2 maps. This one you're seeing an infamous. You can't see it.
The more lessons to finally see it, and just like,
no, you're not listening. On the tree, you have nodes that increase the chance that it's an int or it's a dex or it's a strength merc. But you also have nodes that make it so it's from house this or from house that. And house this might be eruptors and this, or this one might be this and this. So you have 2 different avenues to skew the direction in where you want it to, on top of forcing it to be infamous and forcing it to show up and forcing it to have like, you know, whatever else.
Surely it all pans out.
So you will be seeing on average way more, maybe not kineticists, because like in terms of
this is like, they do all, right?
You do all attributes, like you can't skew through attributes, but you can skew it with houses, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah, because the only house we've seen is Eruptor and I think Striker or something like that. 14 specters are level 30 or 20 specters are level 27. Which you think is stronger? I mean, 3 levels before level 30 is a lot of damage, but you're doing 6 over 14. What just happened? Which is 42% more damage versus 3 levels on all of them. Which, what was each level again? I forget. I want to say, I can't remember how much each level before 30 was on average. My mind says somewhere around like 14, but like I don't remember how much the average level game was, and this was before they buffed gem level scaling this current season that has not yet ended. So I think 14 at level 30 would be stronger. I think 14 at level 30 would probably be stronger. Not to mention more visual clarity. It's not going to be like a night and day difference. I think it's going to be, and one of them obviously gives you more of an army feel than the other, and there are also other advantages to having more, like what's their face, Katarina Ascendancy. That's another reason you'd want to have 20 instead of 14, because that's 70%. No, it's 4% per. No, it's 10% per. That's 70% increase defenses, which is a substantial amount if you're scaling, say, ES armor. But that's mostly for like frost bearers. For Regifilers, you're not scaling ES, just armor. So kind of devalues the increased defenses a bit, not too much, but like a bit. 9 Defilers are level 30 and 15 are level 27 since you're not using Dragon Fang. Why? Wait. You would use Congregation on your support specters, so all the extra spots go there, and then you get to just use a lot of Defilers. That's how you would go about using it. That being said, you will be using auto support in this case. Nine Defilers are level 30 versus 15 at level 27. If you use the entirety of that cap to just go Defilers, let me think. The reason you wouldn't think of it that way is because you typically wouldn't go for 15 Defilers. Reason being, let's just show some numbers. If you say you're going from, let's say, 13 Defilers to 15, you're looking at 15% more damage. 2 support specters would likely give you more value than 15% more damage, depending on the support specters. Which is why even on when we have 14 max, we still go like 4 supports and 10 Defilers. So if you go 9 to 15, that isn't the most efficient skew of it. So I would say the levels are more beneficial on the Defilers than the supports, that's for sure. But in terms of damage scaling, I would say 15 Defilers is not the optimal damage what's what I'm looking for here? Setup, layouts, composition. That's the word. Let's try a T8 map. What is this chart we're going to try on T8 to just try it? I need to clear this tree. It has how many points? 1, 2. I need to clear this one. I think God of War is fine, but this one needs to be cleared. Let's try Sandlord. $20. We'll try Sandlord, and in the worst case scenario, we'll check out something else too. But I think Sandlord is the least gear intensive or the least damage intensive farm currently that I would want to do. Plus, I'll get a lot of progression with Sandlord, so that's just nice. I don't remember if I want this. Yeah, I do. Cool. That's 8. This. And then we do confusion cards or quantity. Wait, they removed the generic confusion card related quantity node? Question mark? I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, I think they did remove it. All right, we just go for the rare one then. I'm not about to lose anything else. We do Voidlands, it's the cheapest. This already has a strat on it. This is 7/2s as well. That explains a lot. I felt like I didn't open a stage yet. $14 Spectres, 9 Defilers, and 5 supports. Leader has 5 for action speed since damage is good enough. Drop Replica, get Talisman for 2 max. Then we Congregation level 5, which is hard to achieve. It would be 20 minion army if my math is right. Level 5 would just take a Doriani with +2 minions, honestly. +2 socketed minions, skill gems. Okay, I thought I was doing T8. I should be more respectful of my enemies. But yeah, we can't do T8. Not to struggle, I think. Probably want to go God of War.
Well fought battle, but I believe you still have a long way to go.
You'll probably go God of War duration eventually. Oh, you know, I mean, that's still fine because you wouldn't use it on Doriani, which you are correct about that. You would use it on the supports, but then the supports are in Dark Monarch, so you could just get +2 Dark Monarch all the same. Like a +2 Dark Monarch means Bro, who are these guys that chasing me? Why are they not taking damage? Actually, why are they invulnerable? They're not being targeted at all. Oh god, that's a Vorax enemy. Yeah, I saw that coming.
Is gathering again. Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a long, long time.
All right. So let me see if I remember the numbers on congregation. I think it's 0.36 level 32 level 1, 36 level 2, and 40 level 3. Let me see. I could just pull up wiki and see the actual numbers. Congregation.
We do not understand.
Level 5 is 44%. So it's
Life should dream every day. I've had
30, 34, 38, 42. So this one still goes up by 4. Cool. So 44. Now let's do the math for numbers. You have 3 specters base with a level 25 gem. You get 1 specter from your tree. You get 1 specter from the shield. You're using Doriani, so you don't get the specter from there. So you get 5 specters. You get 2 from the army. That's 7. Now Dark Monarch multiplies this by 2. And Congregation multiplies this by 1.44. Which is 20. That seems about right. That seems about right.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
So you can do that? I would likely... Is there any Spectre I would have played if it had more numbers? And it just didn't have the numbers? Let me think, actually. You know what that Spectre would actually have been? Probably... What are the marionettes? I never did them because the damage would just be too staggered. Would be, yeah, like that was the biggest problem. If I can have a lot of marionettes, maybe I can explore that. But then you didn't have AG. But then again, AG support capabilities have been cut thanks to one change only.
The rest look up. Adapt.
You say adapt. Do you know how big the chest piece slot is? To just give it to regen? It's a very big slot. That's where you'd go. That's where you'd grab up the ephemera. There's no adapting if there's no other source. You can't know regen.
Garb on the AG, right?
What?
On the Merc, right?
turn to dust.
Surely if you can put equipment on mercs you don't use. You forget a unique chest. Even on Luminary, you can't do that.
You can't put it. You gotta give it a rest.
Give what
It
a
was
rest.
fun with Garb.
It's a synthesized unique. You can't spawn with garb.
Watch.
the cope is reaching some unseen peaks, my guy.
Oh, isomorphic arms over Mighty Guard at this point? Really? And rally?
Yo, these blessed monsters are fucking annoying. Surely you actually drop loot on like the last two I spent time killing, right?
It is not scary. It's just a long, long time.
She went isomorphic arms, but she had 1K and 1 rod. Is that when I want to do that? I want to go 1K and 1 rod.
I mean, Kenny is useless
Well, do I
without
wanna
ISO
go
arms.
isomorphic? Kane is useless without ISO arms. Because it gives you flat fizz? Or is it because of the attack speed scaling and the crit damage and shit?
Your minions get nothing from King without ISO arms.
Wait. Kane isn't to minions that I was crafting? Oh, that's to gear. Oh, I should read. That would be helpful. That changes quite a bit. So I guess I go ISO arms. I have 1 cane. Does it count for both?
Weren't you saying you were crafting a rod?
Sorry, a rod. Yeah, spare the rod.
There's a big difference between both those two items. I hope you know this.
Yes.
So do you have
I
a
go one
rod
of
or do you have a
each.
cane? You have one of you're going for one of each if you're going ISO arms.
Yeah, I have one of each. I'll go for it.
Okay. Then yeah, you go ISO arms.
We can be friends once you've turned.
Just dropped a bunch of plus levels, though. Hopefully this is worth it, right? Hopefully it's insane.
Don't worry. We're still
Are you talking about Mighty Guard? Surely it's not
Yeah.
Mighty Guard you're talking about.
Yeah, it is.
Lol.
Why?
Mighty Guard isn't competing with ISO arms, my guy. It's not a
Oh,
competition.
I want the-
Not even close. Should I buy
Well-
the base with T1 int on two-handed sword? T1 int. You're still going crits, but with Warden's Breastpin, I'm thinking double crits might be the play because you kind of get to double dip. That's my thought process. So I'm almost leaning towards crit strike and crit damage on the suffixes, but I don't know what prefixes would go if you were to do that. I think then we'd have a wasted prefix, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. But yeah, you can't really go wrong with int. Like keeping the sword as is will still give you good damage. I'm undecided on the crit versus int discussion.
Don't worry. That world isn't.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
Would come the void
Is that what?
refuses to take me.
Is well.
I was thinking out loud.
Are you dummy testing? Both of them?
No, bro. I don't touch dummy till I'm traveler, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I don't touch dummy till I have money. I can start buying things.
So are you field
Probably
testing?
should.
Cause like, how else are you testing it? See which one is
Entire
better.
map when I see the number is bigger.
You do know that's inaccurate, right? Because you might see smaller numbers that just hit faster or something.
If I didn't know that at the time, but you know that now.
Like you just bigger number doesn't necessarily mean more DPS. Is all I'm saying.
Don't worry.
Oh shit, 11 FE. That actually makes it worth being in. Oh god,
So what is this divine ascension? Is it like a tower?
I'd be lying if I said I knew. It's replacing City defense. That's all I know. It's how you get your battle pack spirit now.
It gives you FE, and it gives you
Bound FA.
actually good vouchers.
Like I
Gives you
said, it's
status
replacing
vouchers.
City's defense. Oh
City
my
defense is a
god.
fucking dog shit mechanic, to be honest. But whatever.
I mean, you'll catch me complain. We probably would catch your friend complain, but he's like the only one.
Right, so he was an enjoyer of that. But he's not playing PoE this league, so it's all good.
Perhaps we can
All that for flame sand.
once you've turned to dust.
When you're really on the part for the time arc, I detest seeing blessed monsters because I feel like I have to kill them. And I spent 5 years and it's just 3 flame sand. But then they can also drop FE, so it's like you know.
Dude, my attack speed is so much faster. What the fuck? That was actually quite noticeable.
So that means,
I had some attack speed.
do you think it's worth using Dorianis on the new vestigial thing? We only need 1 affix, right? Do I think it's worth using Doriani on the vestigial thing? Like clicking the modifier on Doriani and hoping the lightning mod shows up on a different unique.
We have many friends. 1, 2. It's
In like min max, yes, but from what we've seen, the problem with that is those uniques have a watered down version. So if you were to click Doriani, I feel like they'll find a way to water it down. And if it is watered down, then no, it wouldn't be worth it. But if it isn't, then yeah, it's probably just free at that point. So it all depends on what the carried over affix looks like. And there's also the argument of trying to use a different unique item to land on Doriani, if you will, to just see what there is in terms of what that unique item showing up as Doriani, you know? Let's restart the log. Also, let's go to Sandlord, because we actually do need to come here. Now we have all the gold we actually need to do whatever. We have 71 days of gold.
You need to arrange laborers to work on the production line for it to keep producing materials. The logistics department can produce a variety of food.
Upgrade logistics.
And construction. Farming for oh, don't forget to arrange laborers to work at the logistics department too.
Give me a second.
You know, the void is not truly empty. You can meet your friends there on occasion, but they shatter on contact.
All right, I am back. Where were we? I can't choose a build, but I might give Dumblo a try, at least as a starter. Dumblo is a pretty good one. Pretty good starter. I don't think you can go wrong with it. I guess it depends on what you plan on farming as well, so not entirely true. But it's hard to go wrong with Dumblo. All right, we've sent the third trade. Whenever that's done, do you think essence is good to farm essences? I don't think there's anything wrong with essences, but it all depends on pricing, and we don't know what the market's going to look like. I think essences would have a lot of value still, as especially early on in the season, so they're always a good farm. Made a lot of currencies with essences last league. Do I think Dumblo is good for essences? Is that what you're asking me? In which case, yeah, it's fine. You don't start on essences, so by the time you get to your essences, you would already have your Dumblo minions out. Holy, what is that damage? Jesus. When you're this squishy, T8 just feel like dead by daylight, where everything is a monster trying to kill you. But I guess it's not this squishy. When you just don't have the damage to insta clear everything, it's more accurate. Because then things are actually alive to test you. Now that I'm dropping raw FE, if I actually don't want to go back to T7s.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Nothing quite like dropping a 10 stack to make you reassess your comfort levels. The good news is we ain't getting one shots unless it's like a slam or something. So like it's not, I just have to play very smart. But it also means we can probably skip God of War right now, because I mean we're not doing a lot with the movement speed anyways. So we can skip God of War for more drop quant, I think. And we can switch Captain Shadow for Sparks. And honestly, do we even need Doro on this? We probably don't even need Doro here. Probably go fuel T8. Yeah. Or T8. I said T8. Purple.
It's not time to leave all of you yet. Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
Thinking about Dumblo to farm them? Yeah, Dumblo should be fine for farming them. Dumblo would be a good choice for essences. All right, let's do some quick refunds again. 20. I don't like how close the two portals are and how indifferent the icons are. But maybe that's just me. What do I do with the points from you? You can go for maybe a bit of beacon sustain. Chance for bosses to... Nah. Well, yeah, I don't mind the bosses dropping beacons instead of Nether Resonance. Actually... But then I need to make them drop resonance all the same. Which I don't actually mind. Because dropping T8 beacons will help a lot. But then again, so will raw FE. I guess let's try. Then we have resonance. Have I played range animate weapons? No, I have not. I do not have much experience with them. I know they are good, but I don't have much. I haven't played it personally. How long will it take me to kill this boss, I wonder? Oh, not bad, honestly. Where did he go?
We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some were our friends, some our enemies.
How are these bosses literally dropping nothing?
Some were our friends, some our enemies.
Like, actually nothing.
We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some were our friends, some our enemies.
Finally, 1 FE. Oh, yo, welcome, Hef. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm glad I could help. Let me know if you have any more questions.
We've witnessed many final moments
Oh, cool. FE. I'm surprised I haven't seen the boss that spawns and is just charging out of his portal.
We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some were our friends, some our enemies. We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some were our friends, some our enemies.
I wonder if they stopped him from spawning. Because, like, it's very strange I haven't seen even one of him yet. I've seen the other truck boss, but not him.
We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some were our friends, some our enemies.
Oh, there he is. Never mind. He's still very much there. He is going nowhere. Jesus, what is happening here? What the ruckus we have going on here, ain't it? And with the ruckus came 20 FE stack. Let's go. Made 37 FE this one map. Worth. It is a secret map though. But giga worth. It's worth the like 8 minutes I'm using to clear it. Of all the places to die, it's there. Where it was completely my bad. And there was no reason why I should have stood in front of his mouth while he did that. But okay. Which of these nodes do we take? I don't want more rare monsters, Loki. I'll go groups of magic.
shame.
Why are you saying red talent for a level 1 mercenary? Level 2 miner? Is that a bug? But I had a good set of upgrades before I would have to hear that. Jesus. What is that attack speed? Jesus, what is that attack speed?
Don't worry, we're still making preparations. Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
Need one more void lands. Hopefully I get it naturally. Hopefully.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. I'm back. The void
Ow.
refuses to take me. The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
These assassins. Ooh, 5-stack. As slow as these maps are, yeah, we're not going back to T7. Because like at this turtle speeds, we're still getting the same, I guess, FE per hour as we did in T7, except I don't have to worry about snow paper dropping in price.
The wind is gathering again.
We have to wait for full bloom. Any moment now, full bloom is gonna come. But if the FE per hour is also the same, it's just net positive because this is also just a Sandlord strat, nothing serious. And because it's a Sandlord strat, well, all the gold we're getting is going to go somewhere. We just need to actually build up the town. Oh, that hurts. Cool. What pushed me? The fuck? I didn't die, so like it is not a problem. I think I'm going to spend some golds very soon. Let's try the lead mechanic. Shit's gonna be so fucking rapey. I shouldn't have clicked this. I already know. This is going to be a classic case. I should not have clicked this. But I guess I probably needed a reason to respawn, so as good a reason as any. I didn't die, so there's that. I think I got a decent amount of FE. By decent, I mean like if 1 or 2 FE, but like better than nothing. Wait. Joe.
Finally got one. Well, they took shit up a while before we got one.
Okay. Go.
Final.
Oh, GG.
Thingy.
Yeah, the traits.
Ended up having to. I just bought it. To be honest.
Reach your first FE. Like, I would do the same
for
thing.
My first Secret of Glacial Abyss, yeah.
Oh, so you didn't just? I would have just insta bought it.
Well, I turned in Secret of Glacial Abyss and I got 10 FE.
Oh.
I was like, oh shit, that's lucky. Next up, the gloves, I think.
What gloves?
Told you about that. Has like
regain.
The regain thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I already tell this shit it's like a bit better. I can get a lot more jumps in before the CD hits, which is gonna be really nice. So we're getting there.
We need one void lands.
Boys are doing more damage.
Yep. That's the nice part about it. We need one more void lands. Probably somebody is selling it for one FE, right? All right. Realistically, it's 1.5. God damn it. Let's see if we can find it. Nope. 1.5 it is. Oh shit, I bought the one. All right, that was nice. Before we actually continue, let's go try to turn in more quests and progress this, because I assume it's done. Special damage transfer. That is honestly not a bad implicit. Or blend affix. Oasis core to 3. That's easy. If it moves. Magic Crystal production line. Complete forts trade. Cool.
To bed.
What's that?
Off to bed.
Aye.
Have a good night.
Night. And then with this guy, do we even want to send raiders? I don't know that it's worth it. Maybe I should just send raiders, see what the loot looks like, even as abysmal as it probably is going to be. Probably a bad call, because now my gliders I'll be using my cooldown on some really terrible stuff, but now it's on cooldown. That's the important thing. I don't fully understand what I'm doing here, but I think you're just activating potential events. That is my assumption. I am not touching that boss anytime too soon, because that would be a long ass fight, I think.
Don't worry. We're will blow away all traces of your existence.
Sign this labor contract, and you'll be a part of the Oasis. Welcome to Cloud Oasis. Hey, lighten up. Sign this labor contract, and you'll be a part of the Oasis.
Let's do auto dismissal. Auto dismiss. I feel like we should auto dismiss once, but I guess we can also just leave it for now.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. We've witnessed
All right, let's buy some memory, shall we? Memory of origin. Let's do rare, which is purple, I think. Int. Minion crit rating. All right, so we just do 2 FE. Then memory of discipline with life. Life is temporary. ES is more permanent. Do I want to scale the life I have now or the ES I will have? That is a good question. I think scaling the life I have now is just better. I can scale the ES I will have because this is not permanent slate by any means. We'll drop it eventually. But yeah. Can I get a 60 per chance? And then this guy. But I guess let's see what we have in that regard now. Because yeah, we should get it. We should 100% get it. Movement speed. Oh. Loses 15%, 15 life and 30 energy shield every second. Oh, ew. Maybe eventually, sure. All right, let's just go for the 2 FE one. Now we're going to disenchant these guys. Right now, I need damage, so we're going to focus on this. Okay. Then we're going to do this. Aside Zero Memory, non-legendary, God of Machines. Remove that. Yoink. Okay, let's start there. We probably need to buy a whole bunch of blue materials now. So item collection, divinity slates, we need to buy blues. I need to buy purples. 0.024. And if I want 10 FE words, 5 FE, sure. Purples are 0.18. Take 72 words. Okay, let's do some 2, 3, 4. Okay. Which of these can just fit? You can fit with this one. Then these two. Which means you Cool. Now we're going to brand them. If I see anything useful, I will leave. Anything useful, I leave alone. Okay. Everything is useful in some way, shape, or form. And they all have 2 mods now. What are you trying to get me to do, my guy? Next, we just unlock all these. And into the trash they go. Honestly, I don't know why you're not there too.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Okay, we're officially in the 1.5 bills. Something like that. And now we're going to update our build code. Yeah, 1.5 bill. Cool. 1.6 actually. Pro builds, quick builds. Create. The conic 1600 mil DPS fire Magi. Share build code. Code. Build codes. Code. That's this, I think, is the campaign end. The next is T7 Trav 250 110 mil DPS and what up, Darth Richter? How you doing? How's your Leaguestart going? $250 mil DPS. And then 1.6 bill. New Iris looks so good. Yeah, she does. It's a shame that they broke some store, what do you call it? Basically all her previews in the store are broken, but like I think she looks so good that I'm just not going to use a skin on her. Simply because like she actually looks good. So this is the season where I don't feel like I need to use any of her skins. Maybe next season I will, but like new Iris one is actually pretty dope. She almost looks like a dark elf. Like she's very dark elf-esque with her looks. Like in character selection, I was like, I almost didn't recognize her. Almost did not recognize her. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Moto's rework. Like he looks kind of cool, but like he doesn't even look like a dwarf anymore. Unless that's something they're trying to, you know, change about his lore, maybe? I don't know. But like, you can easily convince me my guy was a human and I'd be like, yeah, that's a human right there. Yeah, so this is actually a pretty chill fight. Is Ignite actually scaling well? We haven't swapped to Ignite yet. We can't swap to Ignite too early because it games your strongest, your one of your strengths early on, which is your minion numbers. We have 3 minions. If we were to switch to Ignite, then we would have 2 minions, which is not great. Or we'd have 1 minion because we have 1 Ignite limit and we have no reap scaling yet. But eventually we're going to have, the goal is to have a lot of reap scaling so that we have a lot more damage uptime than this crit ultimate version. But to do that, I think we're going to need a priceless scepter. So I'm holding out till then, pretty much. Fuel has a 52% chance to be upgraded. Holy, this is the perfect. This is the perfect map to be scaling a lot of drop quants. You think I should go two-handed instead of scepter? Why? Two-handed has bigger base damage, which is always nice. But the problem with two-handed is like there's so many wasted. It feels like there's more wasted mods. Like we have lower base ignites, but you don't have any reap scaling on two-handed, which I think reap scaling is going to be the way we actually get good DPS, because you know we're kind of subsequent ults do nothing past the first, you know. Once the ignite is there, any ultimate past that is just doing nothing. So reap is the way we actually do more damage than the ignites. Bigger ignite means, you know, it's pretty nice, and of course crits also means we get to scale. I'm gonna use canvas to scale the reap, but that's one reap source. You can have multiple reap sources, and that reap source has a cooldown as well, even though it doesn't say it anywhere. It has a cooldown apparently. So I will test it more to see if I can actually see what the cooldown, like how much time it is. My guess is it's 1 second like most of that reap sources, but without any reap CDR scaling, you know, I think scaling to the high end would be rough. You are right about the base ignite being bigger, but yeah. Would Death's Touch be good on this build? No, because that would be base damage, which wouldn't affect our ignite eventually. Right now, it probably would be because we aren't ignite yet. But once we're ignite, it wouldn't be good. Because base damage does nothing for ignite. We need base ignite damage specifically, which we can get here, like on weapons. It's here as a prefix, but as it's on the scepter is a suffix. Oh, another thing, another advantage scepters have over two-handed is, bro, where's my TLI? Is it's a lot easier to get a full set of 6 very useful mods, because here you can go like reaping recovery speed, you can go reaping duration, you can go base ignites, and then on the prefixes you can go reap, you can go dot, and then you can go did I already say to advanced? I think I said 1 advanced and 1 ultimate. So here you'd go ultimate, so additional damage applied to life. You'd go, I think I said 1 advanced, so you can go intelligence or plus levels, which goes up to +3, so that's like 24% more damage. Or you can go intelligence, and then you can still go reap. So you have 4 really good mods. Whereas with two-handed swords, I think eventually it's still decent. You have access to looking at T2 again. Starting from ultimates, you're looking at additional damage to life. You're looking at crit damage, which is a very big one because we would double dip with Warden's Breastpin. And then you'd look at probably crit rating as your last prefix or suffix. And then on the prefix side, you've used both of these, so you're going additional ignite damage, probably, maybe pen actually. So one of these two, I don't know which one. Ailment damage enhancements. I've heard some of these mods don't work on minions, and I think this is one of them. Let me just see if my notes confirm it's that exact modifier. Ailment damage enhancement doesn't work for minions. Yes, that's the one. Nebuta on the Iris Discord or on TLI's Discord confirmed it because he played a Moto version of Ignite, so he did a lot of testing. So this doesn't work on minions currently. Neither an affliction effect on weapons also doesn't work on minions. So no point in getting that. The only way to scale affliction, according to him, is by scaling minion affliction on the tree. It has to say minion affliction, otherwise it's not affecting the minion, so that's why I skipped over it. Then, so either this or pen would be fine. We've used both advanced, so then that's reap and base that ignite, which is still fine. So that's 6 good mods if you're going for ultimates. But yeah, the big difference is reap CDR. So if Scepter is not the greatest in the way of like, if I don't feel the reap CDR all that much, because at the end of the day, the reap CDR is really big on Scepter. I think just based on Scepter alone, we get close to almost 200% reap CDR, because 125% on T1, T0 is 160, 150, and then you can also get base affix as well. I wouldn't go sequence, that'll be overkill, but we also get reaping CDR on our belt. That puts us over 200% to take our 1 second reap to about 0.3 thereabouts, which is a lot. And then with all our crit damage scaling, in the end game, we're probably looking at somewhere along the lines of like half a second reap baseline, that which this reap duration by itself will double to like 1 second of reap. And that's kind of why we are going like this. These two are going to be so big for getting the DPS scaling, which is why I think this is better than two-handed. And this is ignoring the fact that you also get a rod to scale your minions alongside this. At least that's the thought process. But yeah, it feels like you don't want to split ailment on minions. Not gonna lie, that's exactly how it feels. Like when I heard ailment damage enhancement wasn't working and affliction effect wasn't working, I'm like, what the fuck is working? It actually made me very paranoid to like even roll the build, because I'm like, am I going to roll it and then realize something very important that I plan on scaling is not working? Because he was saying that there was some, like he tried, I think he said he tested Iris and for like briefly, and despite the gem, because like the noble gem doesn't actually mention a reap CDR or anything. He just said if it wasn't constantly working, like he noticed it wasn't constantly working, and he's not sure what was going on there. So like my guess from what he described was that it's reap CDR, and it's like, you know, the 1 second cooldown that we typically experience. All right, see, it feels way better now.
Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
You know, I just realized I'm kind of trolling, but I'll address my troll after this map. It just like I literally just thought about it, and it's in my skill order. I've been using elemental shock with mass effect, which is not troll to use, but prioritizing elemental shock, I guess the reason I prioritized it is because it has preparation on it. But using that over this, I think this one has a higher base effect, so it should just be better. Not to mention an extra charge is going to feel comfier to just randomly use as I map. So going to try that. One good thing that's going to feel so nice about the Ignite version that I'm really looking forward to is the damage uptime. Because we're going to be scaling the dots, just the aura alone will feel really nice for Claire in between cooldowns. That is one thing I'm really looking forward to. Did you try the new WC? What do you mean the new WC? What does WC mean?
Perhaps we can be friends once you've
Oh, Warcry. I haven't tried it yet. Is it good?
We've witnessed many
I figured Warcry would not be as good as non-Warcry. This is 25%. Where's Warcry? Is it not here? This one. Taunts nearby enemies, 5.6% additional million damage per enemy affected. Up to ×8. So that's a lot of additional damage, but it's not great for a single target. 44.8 additional million damage. Is that with a support that scaling effect? Do bosses count as 5 for this? Because like I know you have minimum of 4 on the tree, and you can't go the tree that actually will give you the 4. Like you can't do that unless it has like giga scaling. Bosses count as 5. Then you can use a slate or a falling starlight to count as 4, so you have max effect on bosses. There's a slate mod that does exactly that. I think its minimum count is 4. I don't know if that means it will always count as having 4 extra or something, so you get the cap, or if bosses will just say, okay, minimum is 4, you go 5, you get 5. You know, I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know if it's how it actually would work. Would need testing, but I imagine it's +4 to minimum or something, so you get to just put 5 on that and be at cap. That would be what I would hope. But yeah, I just thought about the second potential case. Actually, the easiest way for me to find this is here. This one, it's on the Brave, which is +4 to this. And then there's technically this one, which is doubles Warcry effects, doubles max Warcry effects, and then skill area. So if I look at the Brave tree, if we were to go as minion enjoyers, we'd go life. We'd go armor. We'd get free tenacity blessing source. And then you go Warcry stuff. So Warcry cooldown minimum. Actually, you can just, if you, no joke, you can potentially use this tree. Now that I think about it, it's very defensive. And it would require you were scaling armor, so something like you'd have to use something like Mirror Eternity that actually cares about having high armor to justify it. But then you can use like this node, which is res per armor. Where? Okay, this one might not be worth it because it's extra res that you have access to, I guess. 1% armor for every 24 strength. Unless your armor slacking, that's kind of overkill. But like I can see this tree being used. It's just a very defensive tree. We don't get much damage here. We don't get any damage here. But you can do all of that. Go for double max Warcry skill effects. And profit. Use this tree to solve your defenses. Though I don't know how you would solve, how you'd go from this tree to like insane damage, because this is it will be a lot of sacrifice. But all of a sudden, by going this tree, the one Warcry goes from 44 percent max to like 88% max. So then 88% additional minion damage alongside always counting as that. Like you always count as having the 8 minimum. Starlight that. I mean, you can just starlight that. Starlighting was what I said first, but like you can potentially use the tree itself so you can get +8 to minimum, so you always count as having the max effect, is my point. And then you skill Warcry effect, so that effect goes up. What was the maximum again? It was like 5 point something, right? It was like 5.6. This doesn't even have a cap. So wait, does the cap only count for something like Resurrection that says? No. Huh. I thought this one, wait, isn't this one of those things where there was like a detail section somewhere that said up to an amount of DR? I'm pretty sure it's this guy. All right, let's pull it up. Let's pull the receipts, I guess. Skill, active skill, Warcry. Is it you? No, not you. Resurrection. Yeah, look at it. I remember being so confused. It has 60%, up to 60% less damage taken. So is it this max effect that is being doubled? That make you damage immune, which doesn't make sense. I don't think it's this. I think it just doubles the effect, like it doubles your max effect. So maybe it's all stacking up to 8 times. It stacks up to 16 times. Like I have to assume that's what it means. So getting 16 stacks on top of getting 8 at all times, bosses count as 5. If that counts like the way it should, that is now 13 on every boss. 13 stacks of 5% is quite nutty, I would say. And this is ignoring the Warcry effect we just mentioned that you would have a bit of. So like if we say 6% at level 20 is 6 times 8. Well, 6 times, is that 1.08? Yeah, 1.18. 1.18, assuming you get no effect anywhere else, times 13. 92% additional minion damage. That is a lot of damage, actually, now that I think about it. Is it enough to justify this tree? Honestly, hear me out. Don't forget that Warcry's, I guess not Warcry's restoration skills, and this doesn't count as a restoration skill. Huh. They really don't want you to have Warcry effect. I would have expected this tree to have a bit more Warcry effect. I think it might be worth it for something like Rock that can scale damage off of armor. It is your utility tree, and then it's providing a decent amount of damage from Warcry. I think that is possible. On the amount of armor you would get from there, you would actually be pretty tanky. Like I can see that being a possibility at least. And if for some reason you decide, okay, I'm going to use the armor flat damage node on weapons, or sequence on weapons rather, but I'm not going to go Rock. Well, that means Rock can get one of its magnificent gems, which gives you armor effective rates. So now you're just very tanky for everything, while having pretty high, less hit damage taken and all those other things. You could become very tanky off of that tree. Like very tanky. I mean, that's an interesting thought. I haven't actually looked at the tree before. I was kind of hoping I'd see more Warcry effects. But I guess you could, in theory, scale that even further by getting Warcry effects on Falling Starlight that can get, and then just working off of that. Or if it's a Space Rift setup, then, you know, for every Falling Starlight that has it, you'd be getting 18 instead of 6. Which means you're getting 30... 36%, which is not bad. And if you pair that with the tree itself, 50, you'd have like 50%. You have like 50% Warcry effects all of a sudden on top of your 13 minimum stacks. So you'd be getting 9 per stack. So that is already over 100% additional minion damage coming from your Warcry. The question then is, what magnificent gems would you have available to you? Because I know Resurrection Warcry has stuff like Purify and Harmony. I don't know if there's any magnificent or noble gem you'd have access to that would actually be really good to run on that. Lord knows if there was a movement speed Warcry, I would have probably hoped on that and actually try to fit that into my build. If there was one that I could swap for speed mapping, I would 100% have done that without the shadow of a doubt. If only. Assuming it wasn't capped, of course, like swiftness do. You're going Sage, right? How are Sage minions going? Bruh, man just clapped me with the least amount of effort possible. And I exploded.
That world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
Around 500 mil recovery, super good, and the build skills with maximum ES. Nice. How much max ES are you up to now? I know your goal is 16k. I assume you're already on a low life setup, since you already have what's it called, a source of recovery. $7k thereabouts. Oh, nice. That is not too bad. So you're about halfway to where you're trying to get to. So like 20% multi, and it's going to feel very tanky. You don't have the distillate, right? The Scorpion Stinger one yet. So that means for mapping, for what are you farming in T7s? Or are you in T7s? I guess I should ask. I'd have imagined a 500 mil you would be. I was in a rush to leave T7 because boss rushing just didn't feel that great. None on the markets. How did they get them again? Was it just Creation Engine and Fluorescent cards that were given them? T7 feels, I'm glad it's not just me. I am glad it's not just me, because I'm like, this doesn't feel great, but I'm like, maybe it's just me and like the value is all the same, and you know, we're all just chilling. But one thing I did notice is, I mean, oh, they didn't even make 1K FE. I was making like 100-ish or something per hour, and it's like, yeah, that is not a lot of currency. And the worst part is, Snow Paper was dropping as of when last I sold it. At the start of the day, it was like 400, was like 40 a stack. Now it's like 29. It's like, where did the remaining 15 go? The fuck? And I would say, I think the worst part about T7 now for me was the simple fact that with the nerfs to Netherrealm Resonance, it just doesn't feel great. Genuinely. Like, one of the bigger appeals for me when farming T7s that I really enjoyed in the T7 grind was being able to self-sustain my own maps, like buying with resonance and just selling off the excess resonance. I really enjoyed that feel where I don't have to spend any money whatsoever, and I am making progress. Even if the progress was a bit on the slower side or whatever else, that was part of the things I was enjoying. Now you don't get to enjoy that. Now you slowly bleed out of, at least if you're going Goddess of Hunting. Maybe if you go for the 4 extra bosses outside the arena, maybe you can maybe sustain then. I don't know. But with just Goddess of Hunting and duplication and all that, all the nodes for Netherrealm Resonance, all of that, it didn't feel like I wasn't sustaining. So I would like basically be cutting my investment in half. Like, oh, I got 100 maps worth of investment. All right, when I'm done, I have like 50 maps worth of investment of like resonance, and when I'm done, the lead mechanic is not dropping anything. I've run the lead mechanic I think 10 times at this point. Each time I'm like, fine, I'll just do it. Then I do it and I'm like, why did I do it? Like sometimes like almost half the times I have done it, it was on accident because it was blocking like God of War or something, like something I was trying to interact with. But like I still see it through because I started it and I'm just like, yeah, let's cope and maybe it will actually drop something, and then it just doesn't drop anything. And I'm like, why am I even surprised it didn't drop anything?
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
But yeah, the league mechanic is not great. Ooh, FE. I first came to T8 when I was at about 850 mil DPS, and maps were taking me like 4 minutes to clear. But just the fact that I could see a 10 FE stack, or I even got a 20 FE stack, that was just like, okay, I'm gonna just stay here. I think I'm gonna spend 5. Actually, I think I was spending like 7-ish minutes per map or something. I was spending a while clearing my maps. But I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm making much less than T7 with the pure FE drops, and I mean, I don't have to sell. I don't have to deal with tax, so some benefits here.
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Can we kill these guys, please? I just think having certain builds have their key items locked behind T8 is stupid. I agree. When they did that, what were the items they used for Iris? It was Mind Infusion. Now I remember it. Mind Infusion and Death's Touch were moved to T8, right? It's like a season ago or something like that. And like we went from, oh, we have these reliable items we could use to, oh yeah, these guys just now cost so much money that's like 100 FE when we have like 10, so we just won't get it anytime too soon. But when we do farm it, you know, we're gonna have some progress, and that's assuming it doesn't just upgrade to like 300 FE now because other people had the same idea. What do you mean I need to buy the future to be able to buy the future? Buy the future to farm it? Yeah, it's dumb. It is dumb AF. I guess if we complain too much, Andre is gonna hear it and say, yeah, let's move that shit to deep space. Why don't we? Can you imagine? I think when I saw the patch, you know, the thing that stood out to me the most was the simple fact that in my head at least, minions were quite reliant on uniques to get to T8, like very reliant. So moving and it's not like we're the strongest class or we're trivializing content or something. So moving these uniques to T8 just felt like why are we even moving it? It's not problematic in any way. It's like you're just doing it to punish us for reasons.
With your blood, I shall reforge my edge.
Like genuinely, it just felt like we're being punished, like because we did something or something. Like why? Oh god, I'm dead. I'm fucked. I'm dead. I'm good. I'm alive. This is one of the worst phases for what's it called, for controller gamers, because it's so difficult to control your blink. Kill him, kill him, kill him. I don't understand the reason. Provide a mind fusion is a powerful item. They could have left it the same as Swing Crown over. I mean, preaching to the choir is like, it makes 0 sense. Actually, 0 sense. There is no reason whatsoever why it should be in T8. There is nothing special about T8 that that is like thematically, yeah, let's keep it till T8. Like, we were using this in T7 and then you just decide, okay, good, let's put it on T8. I think they also buffed it, so like maybe their thought process is at the new strength we buffed it to, it's too strong for them to have in T7, so let's make it T8. So I don't know. None of it makes sense to me. Yeah, those green rats. They always hurts when they stack up. Ooh.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
So yeah, it overall just makes no sense, I think. And it's just one of those changes. It feels like they make so the game is harder just for you or for your archetype in general. I kind of should start reading. I kind of want to know what these monsters' names are. They'll kill me again at some point, and I'll try to remember to check.
Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
But all this talk about Mind Infusion really reminded me to actually consider Mind Infusion, Loki. I should price check because I've been price checked it this season. I assume it's probably in the like 200s, but we'll see. Doesn't give loot in T8 either. I think that's what Wuxia was saying as of yesterday. It's like even in T8, they just you get nothing. Legendary boots, infusion, fusion. Yep, it's in the 300 ranges like I speculated. I guess Mind Infusion will let me oh wait, we're capped on 2 of the reses? When did that happen? Where do I have lightning res? Let's switch it to erosion, shall we? I know when it happened, it's probably due to the chest piece. But shit, don't mind me. We're going for erosion now. Oh my god, I skipped T3 erosion. Cool. Should get this to T2. But yeah, this is the earliest I've been capped on early res. Genuinely. Never been capped this early. Feels very nice. 100% recommend. Yeah, I assume this void embankments. Shit is crazy. Because like we're getting 3 sets here. And another 3 set. Wait. Oh, it's yes, per 40. So this is 3 sets, 3 sets. This is 8 sets. Right? Yeah, 8. Not quite 9. So that means we have 14 sets of 14 to all early res, which is a fair amount of all early res, to be honest. 14 all early res plus, yeah, shit is crazy. How much was the breast pin? 300, I think. It was like 300. $380. It should be cheaper though. Like, I think it should be cheaper. Or not, I guess. It's 80 now, but if you select for this, it's 220. But for 100, I would just buy a mineral non-corroded and corrode that. That was what I did. I got a mineral non-corroded, I corroded and it re-rolled and gave me 68%. You got it? Congratulations. That's huge, actually. GG's.
We do not understand why a rapidly fading life should dream every day. I've had all those dreams.
Wait, this 220 is 60 plus? Question mark? What the fuck? This guy is 68%? I would not have guessed that, actually. That is cheaper than mine and non-corroded. Though I guess if we were to believe my luck, then all that would happen is it would re-roll and then I'd have a shitty one now. So I guess all's well that ends well. Yours is a +2? What the fuck? You just hit the jackpot. GG's. I assume it was like a 1 in 3 to hit elemental.
Don't worry.
And on top of that, you well rolled the levels. Nasty work.
Perhaps we can be friends once.
You look like someone we need working for the Oasis.
Wait, so you're going Warden's Breastpin? What is your minion of choice, by the way? I just realized I don't know that I know. I know eventually you're going your synthetic troops. Are you starting modules? Like, are you starting with the what's his face? I forget the actual name of the module. Or are you starting with something else? Ioness is 2.5k. Hmm.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence. We've witnessed
This is fine. Okay, now we should be considering God of War, because now we can actually use the move speed. I mean, maybe not quite yet. I still am fine just walking. I should consider the move speed when things start dying, before, like, ahead of me. That's when the MS is very necessary or mandatory. For now, that is not the case. That reminds me, I thought this map I need to go to my Oasis.
it's not time to leave all of you yet.
I wonder if my goal every league should just be Sandlord. If I'm gonna do Sandlord, it just makes sense to try to get to level 6 eventually. Because I feel like I really enjoy Sandlord, and it's a mechanic I can easily pair with Clockwork if I just put in a compass. or I can just farm it on the side, get gold, and then switch to clockwork and farm that.
Don't worry. We're still making preparations. Don't worry. That
Because I'm still trying to decide what my next pet is going to be. I haven't decided yet.
long time of loneliness.
Exactly. And like I really enjoy Sandlord as a mechanic, but I don't get I don't get that much value from level 6, which is like the awkward part I've always had with the Sandlord pets. Because if it was better, I would have gone for level 6. Easy. But like the fact that 2 levels are like just laborers, which has its merits. I will say that. Like I saw the merits last season where I didn't really want to farm deep space, but like I had the fully upgraded core. If I had the pets leveled up, I would be getting deep space workers every once in a while, which would just allow me to naturally get it would allow me to naturally get all 8s or something. Which for at least for gliders, specifically gliders. And that I think is fine. But I don't know if that's strong enough to be its own level, you know. Level 1 is pretty decent. It's additional, I think, once for the actual like trades, which is fine. Level 2 is I didn't even take my hand off my mobility skill without just eating shit. Is that what we're doing now? Level 2 is also good because it gives you a chance to refund orders, which is also nice. But like 3, 4, 5, not the greatest. And then 6 is good because actually 4 is, I think, quantity. So like 4 is probably fine, honestly. I should look at it again just to confirm, but I think 4 is quantity, so that's probably not the worst either. But I just don't think there's much value in going from 1 to 6 versus like instead just going for something like Arcana instead. I go Arcana, now I have a new strategy I can potentially farm when I get bored of Clockwork or something, you know? Or on Leaguestart situations, because any Kismet is worth a lot of money, so I might as well just farm that then. But like stuff like that is what makes the decision hard for me. But if Sandlord got a lot of benefit from levels, I would 100% do it. Alice, I mean, I already have Alice 6. I got Alice 6 last league, I believe. And I have Doro 6 alongside it, and so like I have that combo, which is really nice. But that's like my only level 6 combo. I have Cube 6, so but that's not like a combo or anything like that. But that's nice too. Those are my 3 6s. But yeah, I wish I was the reason to, because like Clockwork can easily be my source of it can easily be, what do you call it, my main farm, and then Sandlord on the side of that, which is always nice. But like level, can you tell I rolled a lot for this pet when it was this season? I have a 6 of the purple and a 6 of the blue, and I have a 1. Moon Shadow guy did me dirty. That's all I'm gonna say, because like I wasn't paying too much attention to the game at the time, so I don't actually know how many times I rode for her. All I know is I loved Sandlord, so I rode a lot. I rode a lot for her. I didn't spend money on during Sandlord. I think I didn't spend. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think I spent a lot of money. I don't think I spent any money actually. Well, I didn't spend. I had stockpiled a bit of currency over a few seasons, so like I had that. I don't think I spent money on this season, but I did roll a decent amount to get 6, and I only have 1. But yeah, like I like level 2. I don't like level 3. Level 4 I think is good. Level 5 is okay at best, and level 6 is good. But yeah, I don't know that this is worth it. Your highest was Dream. That means you really enjoyed the mechanic. Have you refunded it yet, or are you holding on to it? Give me a quick second. All right, I am back. Where were we? We're farming some. We're trying to get all our T80 points. Did I go to the Oasis? I did not. All right. We're going to do that after this map. Or I might just do it during this map. We'll see. I try not to do it during the map, like just leave to the Oasis, because I feel like that confuses the FP tracker a bit because it thinks it's 3 different zones of 1. So at least I think it does for Titrock, not Etor.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
All right, let's go and try to make progress on our Oasis quests. Raid once. Done. A good thing I did. Bro, what? What was that? That was a raid. Am I bugging? I guess I don't need the quests. Technically, I don't need the quest. Let's see. Oh, we have a level 3 there. Level 2 and level 1s. I guess we'll send you on the level 3 stash.
You don't have enough resources to keep building. There's no need to panic, though. We can pay the Sand Pirates a visit to get some funds.
Max tenacity.
Sand Pirates to earn more resources. Don't underestimate these flowers and herbs.
What is she saying? The fuck?
You can use them to gain powerful core talent. Hero traits.
Talking about raids or something?
Try it out now.
I don't like the zoom that this screen now has. Like, it didn't have this before, and there's nothing I can do about it. But with the new UI, this just has a very ugly looking zoom. Upgrade the core to level 6. I mean, I would. And that's just, you don't get why they did that? Yeah, exactly. And that's just one of the number of places I have actually noticed. Like, at first I thought my screen scaling was off, but like, no, it's not. It's still exactly what I set it to, you know, minimum scaling. But now you just have the giga zoom on the text for reasons.
Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
It's probably part of the UI changes. Maybe something in the how the UI menus present themselves just changes how it has to look like. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully that means next league we're getting a, you know, more UI touches going across the game, and that is one of the areas that actually gets touched, because like, it is not good. Like, that just looks very, very bad. Very ugly. Like, I was not impressed when I saw it. Ow. Why are you not taking damage, my guy? Are you one of those guys that have to be close to do damage to? I don't think I have to kill you. And I think I'm going to just skip. No point. Like, I'll do all that just for you to give me no loots.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
I don't know what killed me there. Very few times do I die and I have zero idea what killed me. That was one of them.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust. Don't worry, we're still
We had taken a lot of damage. Oh, we found the Sandlord?
that world is not
The moment I saw the connection, I'm like,
a long,
yeah.
long time of loneliness.
Cloud oasis. Hey, lighten up.
Can we kill that guy, please, before he creates terrain I can't step on?
I mean, I'll maximize your potential.
It is already 1 a.m. I should probably be planning to go to bed after this watcher. But at least to start prepping for bed. Leviathan, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
By the way, what are you farming on T8s? Are you doing the black sale you mentioned?
Don't worry, we're still making preparations.
Ooh, that is, I mean, that didn't one shot me, so that's already a good sign. Res OP.
Perhaps we can be friends.
Oh, you're doing misfill. Ooh. Do you have the pets?
Labor comes, and you'll be a part.
Do you have the pet and you're trying to get that to 6, or are you doing misfill because you like doing misfill and you now want to get the pet because you like the mechanic?
I mean, I'll maximize your potential. Sign this labor contract, and you'll be a part of the oasis.
Need more DPS for T8s. Yeah, I know the feeling.
That world is not scary.
I know the feeling.
Long, long time of loneliness.
Played the season and loved it, but never had the pets. Ah. I started playing TLI, or I guess I started really playing TLI after Mistfield. So the season after, which was I think Snow Paper, no, Clockwork. Clockwork was my first league, so I think it's really nice that I now have Alice 6. I think as a new player, the Clockwork treatment was like the most jarring experience I've had in like almost any ARPG so far, where I still remember how much FE was dropping and how the mechanic felt. And I logged in the next season thinking, yeah, I'm just going to farm more of that. And like, I clicked it for a few maps and I was like, I mean, okay. I don't know what's happening, but it doesn't feel good anymore. But I guess it's to be expected or something. Because like I didn't have a norm to even measure it by, so we're just like, okay, so this is just what gives, I guess. But I didn't think too hard about it because I had like so many mechanics I wanted to play anyways. The first league after Clockwork, I think that's Snow Paper. Yeah, it took me. I didn't even realize that was what was going on. I just knew I logged in for Clockwork and Clockwork wasn't good, so I just took it as, oh, they've nerfed the mechanic and the mechanic is just bad now, so you just don't farm it. I didn't realize that, oh, well, now that I didn't get what was going on in the context of the game, like knowing, okay, they've removed the FE drops and now it's, I don't know, compass drops or something. I just thought Clockwork was just bad, you know, like how in PoE they can nerf mechanics and now they're just bad, so you just don't farm them. It's like trying to farm Ruby Exiles for like something other than uniques. It's like, I just thought it was bad. Lunaria seems good in T8s. Heard from friends. Oh, like in terms of FE drops or in terms of just the price of its rewards? I should probably do what's his face, Ordrak. Like realistically, I should. That is 3 out of my T8 watchers. I just realized I have been completely gimping my DPS. What happened? What were you doing? Ow. By using a trigger on both Curse and Empower, which means I wasn't getting the effect from Sage's first traits. What is the condition for Sage's... Bro, what is happening? What was the condition for Sage's first traits? Is it that it triggers, and when it triggers it, something happens? Oh god, it's Lava Sea. When I use an elixir, it will trigger either a curse or an empower. But if I trigger with something else, the effect is lost. So you wait. That means your curse and your empower need to both not be triggerable, or they need to both not have triggers.
We've witnessed many final moments like that. Some were our friends, some our enemies.
The trigger only one. There's nothing here that should be getting me killed. I don't understand where that damage is coming from. It might just be the mob type in this zone. So because both were I mean,
It's just a long, long
both were using triggers. Oh. Because both were using triggers, you were losing the effect of it entirely. Interesting. That's actually quite an interesting design. It feels like a Y though. Are you trying to be like is the game trying to be noob trappy or something? That's kind of the vibe it gives me.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned to dust.
That means you're like what, 800, like I guess closer to like 700 mil DPS instead of 500.
Don't worry, that world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness.
What is the time? $1:13. All right, we'll do lava C and then we'll call it. It was supposed to be Thunderwaves and then we call it, but then I was just like, I guess we could do one more.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've
I really don't like how close this is to PoE because I don't want to rush CLI, but I also know like that I want to check out PoE for an extended period. So like I don't know. Not ecstatic. What the fuck?
refuses to take me.
Went from 650 to 900 from setting that properly. Holy. Remembering shit like that always feels nice. Like when you realize, oh yeah, this is I shouldn't still be using this. I think I had like a similar moment with Frost last season where it was like I started using Wicked on erosion, so like I stopped doing cold damage. So I was expecting freeze to just stop working. So I built around in not having freeze, and I then like hours later I checked my magnificent gem or my gem setup. I'm like, oh, I'm still using the magnificent gem that is like more damage to frozen enemies. I was like, oh, so you're just a dead link, eh? You are just a dead link. $900 was around where when I started touching T8s. I don't know if I recommend it, but you can kill monsters if that helps. Yeah, allowing myself to get clapped like that is, bro. I hate invulnerable enemies that just like that. Like, if you're gonna be invulnerable, can you like just not be very melee centric as a base type?
Sign this labor contract, and you'll be a part of the Oasis.
Perhaps we can be friends.
Sign this labor contract, and you'll be a part of the Oasis.
I'm back. The wind
Ow.
is gathering again.
Why would you just position a lightning ball enemy right in front of the stairs?
Don't worry. That world is not scary. It's just a long, long time of loneliness. We've witnessed many.
We have 4 more to go, but I definitely feel the sleep creeping up, especially considering I barely slept last night. Like, I think I'm running off of like 4 hours of sleep, something like that.
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
The winds will blow away all traces of your.
Sign this labor contract, and you'll be a part of the Oasis. A rare talent! Oh, my golden ticket! I'll be able to scrap this dingy glider and replace it with one made of solid gold.
Perhaps we can be friends once you've turned.
Enjoy this moment. The champion deserves the honor.
For a split second, I was so confused as to what that red portal was. I was like, this looks like the clockwork boss portal, but why is it here? I'm not doing clockwork.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
Some of these mobs are, I mean, I get it, I'm missing like half my EHP, but god damn, man, you didn't need to do me like that. Like, especially the hammer, like these fuckers, these hammer guys, pain in the ass.
Just along. Now don't worry. We're still making preparations.
Cloud oasis. Hey, lighten up.
Ooh, 10 stack, let's go.
Cloud oasis. Hey, lighten up. I promise I'll exploit every ounce of your. I mean, I'll maximize your potential.
Don't worry. We're still making preparations.
So find out 2 maps. I am getting some, I guess it's not surprising because like I said, I'm working off of 4 hours of sleep.
Traces of your existence.
But like I can definitely feel it in the back. Now let's just hope when I do end stream and I lay down, it's going to be a yeah, I'm just off straight up. Because like what typically happens is I end stream, I get ready for bed, and then the sleep is like, yeah, I mean, I can give you like an hour, an extra hour. And I'm like, I kind of don't need it. And everybody's like, I mean, too bad. You know, kick rocks. Like, it is what it is. Just enjoy it. I didn't ask if you wanted it or not. Enjoy it. So let's hope that is exactly what happened. That is not what happens again, and I actually get to sleep, and not only just sleep for a while. Actually, I know I'm not going to, because I know I'm going to wake up at like 9. But like, I mean, if I sleep early enough, that's still kind of fine. Tomorrow's schedule is going to look something along the lines of probably me streaming around, probably earlier than I did today, like earlier than, well, around my Saturday stream time. I'll probably be live. And this weekend, because of TLI launch, there's a decent chance I stream on Sunday, a very healthy chance. So I should be live for most of the weekend, or on most days at the very least. What are these guys? Beast Phantoms. Fucking annoying mob type. They are so annoying. And they do so much fucking damage. Bruh. Who needs levels anyways? Kind of overrated.
The winds will blow away all traces of your existence.
Level ups are just a figment of your imagination. If you really think about it, you started the game at level 95 and you've not gained a single point of experience since. Ignore the bar at the bottom that fills up. It's just cosmetic. Has no gameplay value. The proof of it is how it always empties out. Rather get currency than XP at this point. Yeah. Like there's way more power to be gotten from currency than XP. So I'm like, I mean, eventually I'll get the XP anyway. So like for now it can be imaginary. Like who cares? What matters is I'm getting money. Experience will make me tanky enough to actually not die. But you know what will? Money.
Perhaps we can be friends. Don't worry. We're still making preparations. We've witnessed many.
All right, lava sea time.
Flames blaze in your chest, and I will take it with the tip of my pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it. Vicious fire, incinerate this unclean pain that burns the heart. I will make a blade of it.
Ooh, we are not gonna touch that piece of fire, that's for sure. Those guys hurt like a bitch. Jesus. Those, I don't know how much damage they do, those roaming pieces of fire that he throws, but like I don't think I've ever eaten that and not died. Maybe last season I would have, but like I also don't think I let him live long enough to throw it once I was tanking out to eat it. They do stupid damage. Like I feel like you have a much easier time eating the beam. Maybe they do about as much damage as his charge, because I don't think I've eaten like that charge. I mean I always avoid it, so there's no way I would know how much damage it does, but I think that's the same image I have of it. The charge in the fights as a watcher encounter in your maps, that charge is tankable eventually. Not easy, but eventually. All right, with that we're done with not glacier, is glittering lava sea. We are done with 4 out of 5 of the 8-0 time marks. I'm going to do glacial abyss probably off stream. And as for next upgrades, honestly, you are cheap, right? Bro, that's not what I'm asking you to do. You're cheap. How much currency do I have right now? 112.
The sky, the stars that vanish at dawn, return once more at nightfall.
Oh, I have Trav. How much is Trav tickets right now? The end. This is the end. Oh, 0.5. That is not bad. My next upgrades include 1, maybe Mind Infusion. I'm undecided on that front. 2, pushing these a bit more, getting this to like level 20, maybe 30 even, so that this can go up a bit. Could be nice. Getting this to 3, I think, is honestly should be the priority, because that'll give me a bit of ultimate CDR. It puts us at 11, which will be 110 at max stacks, which is always nice to have, especially seeing as I have a decent amount of ultimate CDR on my slates already.
You know, the void is not truly empty.
So I can't. Oh, why wasn't that allowing me to do this before, bro? What is this? Why can't I move it? Make it make sense. So wait, in order to move it, I can't click I can't use this and move it. Like, oh, what the fuck? So I literally have to click between, like, just find there, and then I can move it. Okay, buddy. Okay. So we are currently stated at about 75% crit chance. Next on the agenda, if it all works out, is probably going to be microfate crit chance. I just need this to drop in price a bit, and then we can use that to cap. Once we are capped, we might try pulling back on certain crit chance nodes like this, and then going for crit damage for quite a bit of crit damage scaling. I think is the current game plan. You need those. They are really good, especially Warden's Breastpin. The double dipping is just phenomenal. But yeah, I think this is where we end stream. I am tired. I will be back tomorrow. Stream time will be in the afternoon my time, which will be earlier than today's stream started, so like probably hours before then. But yeah, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Richter, cheers, thanks for stopping by. I'll be on Discord in the morning, most likely. Good luck on stage. We'll talk later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.